and you don't have to buy those RINs back, your margin is up here, $26 plus. So you're looking at $6.70 or so of difference or advantage for these small refiners. So I wanted to bring that to you this weekend. I know we're going into Labor Day weekend. Gives you maybe a little extra time to do a little extra research on this, but I think it's pretty interesting, and I think it's more interesting to the equity investor than it is to the commodity trader, which is typically where I'm coming from on these things. So let's kind of dig in a little bit more here. So as I mentioned, the RVO, the Renewable Volume Obligation, this week anyway, so far is worth $6.71. Last week is $6.50. It bounces around all the time with the value of the various brands, like the D6 and the D4, the ethanol, the biodiesel.
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live streaming on YouTube and simulcasting on X Spaces today. It is August 31st. We're going to go over a few topics. Some of it will be on taxation policy, especially in the UK, which is important because you got to pay attention to the disparity between the haves and the have-nots. Now, we'll also go over oil and get an analytical point of view of what's going on in the oil markets and cover some other news that's been popping up over the holiday weekend. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can also help support the work that I do by sharing the links, asking your social media to follow me. All these videos I do are for free. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. Again, I don't put stuff behind a paywall. It's through the individuals helping by donating and being a paid member on Patreon that helps me do these videos. You can also purchase great products that I offer on my store. I have ebooks, I have supplements, and course material on immunology and pulmonology that you can purchase. If you follow the protocol that I have, you're going to be able to boost up your health and wellness and slow down the aging process and increase your longevity. Super important. And not only that, there's an added benefit. By having a stronger immune system, you're going to be able to weather the storm. I want you to pay attention very closely. There is something that is emerging that is going to be problematic in the fall and in the winter. You better start preparing. Now, I've been saying this for weeks now. If you start having a throat irritation, you need to mitigate it right away. But if you don't pay attention and something bad happens, it's your own damn fault because I've been telling people what to do. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let's listen in to what we're going to do is we're going to start off with the oil and then go to tax, and then we'll go into other topics. With that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high quality structural nano silver soaps. I have it in lemongrass, in charcoal tea tree, also in peppermint and lavender. Very high quality. Get a few bars for your household. It'll help with your health and wellness. It's made from structural nano silver. Very high quality. These are soaps that I use. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Really important that you start preparing for the fall and the winter season. Once again, you've been warned. All right.
Hey everybody, we actually got good news out of the EPA this week. That doesn't happen too often, but it is good news. It's good news for equity investors, and it's good news for anyone who buys gasoline and diesel fuel. Hey, I'm Aaron of the Oil Balance. With 30 years of experience in oil trading and analytics, I'm here to elevate your understanding of the oil markets. So let's jump into it. Let's find out what this good news is. All right, if you haven't already guessed, we're talking about the small refinery exemption. We've got some data this week from the EPA telling us, at least for 23 and 2024, and even going back a little bit further, but I'll tell you in a minute why those two are important. which refiners got waivers, and then there's even more refiners that are pending to hear what's gonna happen in 2025. So I wanted to bring you up to date so you can be tracking this. So just to let you know, real quick, just, well, what's the impact of this? Why is this important to me? Well, if you're a Gulf Coast refiner and you're required, you don't.
Yeah. For meeting for coffee?
Make another.
To meeting this. At Credit One Bank, we believe having.
And you're required, you don't fall within the small refinery exemption, and you're required to cover your RVO, your renewable volume obligation, then you're seeing a margin of around $19, $19.50. Again, this is a 3-2-1. If you have questions about that, ask in the comments. But basically, 2-part gasoline, 1-part diesel. Similarly, if you don't have, if you do get the small refinery exemption and you don't have to buy those RINs back, your margin is up here, $26 plus. So you're looking at $6.70 or so of difference or advantage for these small refiners. So I wanted to bring that to you this weekend. I know we're going into Labor Day weekend. It gives you maybe a little extra time to do a little extra research on this, but I think it's pretty interesting. And I think it's more interesting to the equity investor than it is to the commodity trader, which is typically where I'm coming from on these things. So let's kind of dig in a little bit more here. So as I mentioned, the RVO, the renewable volume obligation, this week anyway, so far is worth $6.71. Last week is $6.50. It bounces around all the time with the value of the various RINs, but the D6 and the D4, the ethanol, the biodiesel are the ones that really drive the value of that overall RIN. So for these 6 refiners that were granted full exemptions for 2023 and 2024, the way that the EPA decided that they were going to take care of those refiners who had already submitted their RINs and had them expired, so they already went through the course of operation that they were supposed to. They went out and they made sure that they covered their renewable volume obligation by buying RINs, and they retired them, and they went through all the proper steps. Well, to make them whole, or to try to help them out a little bit, or especially in these situations for the smaller refiners who probably weren't supposed to be doing this in the first place, or shouldn't have had to do this in the first place, they've gone back, the EPA has gone back and given them those RINs back. So this is sort of a good and a bad thing. The bad news is that RINs have a shelf life. Okay, the renewable ID numbers, and I'll go into that more here in a second, but just suffice to say for right now, there's a 2-year shelf life on the RINs, which is why they only gave back, there were findings for 2021 and 2022, and I think even older than that, where these refiners should have been categorized as the small refiner and had the exemption. But those RINs are completely retired and dead, and there's not much they can do. So the reason I'm bringing this up is that these refiners, which I'll show you in a second, who did get the exemption on this set of rulings, now have been given those RINs back. So if there was anyone, whether they're a small refiner or a big refiner or a small importer, big importer, doesn't matter. If they have the sort of back taxes, if you want to call it that, of 2023 and 2024, or maybe they still owe, or they want to change their strategy a little bit, there's a way to roll some RINs forward and this sort of thing. But anyway, they now have, the market has that opportunity. They've got these RINs back in the market, and that's going to make it easier for these companies that maybe were pretty stuck in 2023 and 2024 to be able to balance that out and sort of smooth things out a little bit easier. So I guess the point of this whole thing is that the market should run slightly smoother from here on out with these small refiner exemptions. And again, I'm coming at it from a petroleum analyst standpoint, so I maybe can understand why some of the renewable folks are a little bit upset, but we'll touch on that here too in just a second. So the group of 6 refiners that were given, that were definitely given exemptions for 2023 and 2024 have this $6.71 advantage, at least so far this week. over their competitors, and that's pretty huge. And from an equity standpoint, I would think that that would be a pretty good reason to own those. I'm not an equity analyst, I'm a commodities analyst, but I'm just saying there's probably some of these companies you want to dig into a little bit deeper if you are looking at investing on the equity side of things. For 2025, there's a list of refiners that have submitted for the small refiner exemption, and it's pending. The EPA hasn't decided one way or another. So again, that's another list of refining companies. There's a few new added to this previous list of 6 from before that maybe you should keep an eye on if that's your thing.
If it's not one thing, it's another. Battle after another. We're actually thinking of getting a Mila.
I heard they outlived most marriages.
I heard they just.
Maybe you should keep an eye on if that's your thing. If you're an equity investor and you like refiners, maybe you should be keeping a close eye on those refiners who have filed the 2025 exemption as well. Is hopefully that those decisions will be forthcoming in the near future. So just to kind of back up a little bit, the number of obligated parties buying RINs would actually be reduced, right? So if there are fewer refiners that have to go out and buy the RINs to satisfy their RVO, then there's more left out there for the companies that do. I think the good news is, and what maybe the renewable folks that are getting a little upset about this, just remember that the ultimate demand, the ability to put the renewable fuel, biodiesel, ethanol back into the petroleum diesel world is based on end user demand. Okay, so there are some economics around it, and the stronger the RINs are, if they're really strong, then yeah, maybe you get a little bit more in there. But that market is always trying, the RINs market is always trying to sort of balance out, just like everything else is with supply and demand. But overall, the amount of end user demand for gasoline and diesel, these transportation fuels, is what's going to drive the demand for the renewable fuels. And I'm sort of leaving aside renewable diesel for the time being because that's a little bit different animal. It does come into play a little bit, but overall, mainly talking about ethanol and biodiesel and that sort of thing. The shift in market participants will probably have a net bearish impact on RINs. So again, if you have fewer people on the buy side of the market chasing after a limited number of RINs, that's probably going to not make them quite as bullish, or the RINs so expensive. So expect that RINs market to come down a little bit. And there's a lot of talk, especially if you go back and read the EPA responses, and there's several of them online. There's one.
Did we lose them?
Jobs. The futures market, if you will, knowing that the refiner has to come back in and sort of buy that. So from the refiner's perspective or from the importer's perspective, because those are the two obligated parties under the system that the EPA came up with, documents, as I mentioned, from the EPA talking about that, and both the EPA and the DOE sort of admitting that's really what's going on, is you're just shifting the cost of these things to the end user. I'm sure you, dear viewer, are not surprised at that. So if the overall cost of the RINs continues to drop because you have fewer people on the buy side of the market, then prices should go down. And again, it's not going to be a whole lot. We just looked at those charts, or up here, say $6.71. That should be per barrel. I should probably go back and amend that. So you're talking about what, 5-6 cents per gallon, that's not going to go to zero, but maybe you do save a couple cents on rents just getting cheaper as we go to the end of the year. Now, on top of that, the gasoline market is going to get cheaper just because we're shifting into the fall and winter blends, which are easier to make. You can add a lot of butane into the gasoline, which is super cheap, and therefore make the finished product super cheap. So it seems like these sort of wins are lining up, at least for the end user, going into the end of the year here. I guess it's only just barely not getting into September.
And this is reason why that's important. All right, this extremely is important to pay attention to. If the end user, the gasoline user, is having cheaper gasoline, then what's going to happen is the PCE headline number is going to go down. And the PCE headline number for inflation is a key indicator of if the Federal Reserve is going to change rates. If the PCE gets closer to 2%, it increases the chances of further cutting by the Federal Reserve. This is why it's so important to pay attention to this. Now, it sounds a little boring, all right, but there is a direct effect on what's going to happen at the Federal Reserve rate policy meetings.
Or next week, but so maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but I hope you understand that once we get into October, gasoline prices should have come off quite a bit just because it's easier to blend. And the different blend stocks you can blend with are pretty cheap. So thing for everyone, for the country, and then again, as I mentioned, for the equity investor, I would probably take some time to dig into these companies and see if their stock is worth buying, especially for the ones that have this pending outcome for 2025. Perhaps there's something there, and that'd be something worth investing in. So I listed Alan and Dalek as the same company. I believe they're both held by the same overall company. So that's why I squished them together. But other than that, you can see how these grants sort of played out.
I've always been a Spectrum customer. So when I started the business, I was just naturally like, yeah, I'm gonna go with Spectrum. Spectrum is reliable, they're fast, and they really take care of me as a business owner.
Bundle internet and get up to 4 months free.
The all-new Dick's House of Sport, a new destination for sport, right here in Jersey City.
These grants sort of played out. So a lot more full grants were given in 2023. Fewer were given for 2024, but it looks like fewer were requested for 2024. So again, that would have been, the end of the Biden administration. I don't think people were too hopeful about that, but there's nothing now that these have come out again. Of course, there's nothing to keep people from submitting for 2025 for this year if they think they qualify. So basically, to qualify, the refinery in question has to be under 75,000 barrels per day of throughput, especially back. A lot of the literature I mentioned a minute ago was looking back to the beginning of this RFS process that they started, or scheme that they started with the RINs. And if the refinery qualified back then and still does today, it seems like you have a lot better shot. There were a couple times where they said the refinery was processing more than 75,000 barrels per day in the very beginning in 2006 and 2007. And even if it's not there now, there was back then, and so therefore they disqualified it. There's stuff like that in the literature that's really interesting. Maybe if you've got insomnia or something, you might want to read those EPA documents. But this is the list I put together for you of fully granted and then pending for 2025. So again, I think that would be interesting for equity investors to go do a little bit more research on. And then just to let you know, this RFS final standard is what you're looking for. So again, to kind of maybe fill in some back detail, what's going on here is the EPA and Congress decided back, I think it was 2005, that they wanted more bio blends into the market. And they came up with this scheme where there would be a renewable ID number on every gallon of renewable fuel. Of course, they don't have like a little, label maker that, you can put a number on each gallon. So there's this whole complex tracking system that they came up with. But what happens is the company that creates the biofuel, let's say ethanol, is granted a certain number of RINs for how many gallons they produced. They then turn around and sell that liquid ethanol with the attached number to it. So there's sort of the attachment in the sense that there's numbers for people to start tracking now, is sold to, let's say, a fuel rack or someone who's going to blend it. As soon as that ethanol is blended with the gasoline, then that renewable ID number can be separated. At that point, the value of the RIN, or that number, the renewable ID number, can then be traded. So the person who separated by blending with gasoline and who paid the sort of the full price for the ethanol, if you will, can then turn around and take and submit that RIN that they've separated to the government at the end of the year. It's actually, I believe, in March. So for, let's say, the 2024 year that just ended, you would have had to submit, if you're an obligated party, you would have had to submit by March of 2025 and show that everything balanced out and your obligation was met with RINs. To basically balance everything out, to show that yes, you had blended enough biofuels back into the market versus the amount of product that you made, that you were keeping in line with this slowly increasing percentage of biofuels that the government wants into our system. So that's what this chart is supposed to show you. Generally, it goes up and to the right. There's been a few years, obviously, where they had to kind of step in where demand wasn't great. They sort of had to step in and say, okay, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We need to sort of catch up with market realities. And historically, they've been pretty good with that. But you can see during the Biden administration years, it obviously came back up. At the same time, those are recovering from COVID and all those lockdowns and terrible demand for that year of 2020. On the right here is a chart of the D6 and D4 RINs. So the D6 RIN would be the ethanol RINs. The D4 is the advanced RINs, which is sort of implying biodiesel. There's another D5 RIN that implies other advanced types of fuel besides just biodiesel. There's all sorts of renewable jet fuel and all sorts of things like that ultimately play into it. But the biggest two components of the RVO market, or the RINs market, is the D6 and the D4. So just to show you, typically those have been marching higher this year. They have come off in the last few months, pretty much since I was talking about maybe granting some exemptions and that sort of thing. So again, hope this helps. Trying to get this out before the long weekend, maybe give you something to do over the long weekend. If you're an equity investor, go and research that sort of thing. But if you like this type of video, please like and subscribe. For more information, you can go to our website, theoilbalance.com, and there's a button there that says add me to your distribution list. I want to go on a trial report. So just click that and we'll get it out to you. All right, talk to you later. Bye.
All right, now let's go to the UK taxes, all right? But before we do that, keep in mind, all right, that if gasoline can be lower in the fall and in the winter, the cost to the end user, then CPI most likely will be closer to the 2% target by the Federal Reserve. PCE will be closer. And because of that, we most likely will have further rate cuts potentially. There's a higher chance of further rate cuts in the fourth quarter. So we might have a quarter point rate cut in September or October. We may have another one in December. All right. Especially if the labor market starts to falter. Now, so another data point to take a look at here is what's happening with retail sales. Retail sales are discounting a lot. If you notice, it's like you're being bombarded by discounts, sales, 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 sales. So they're worried about sales. The retailers are worried about what the actual demand for their products are and will they meet their targets, their revenue targets. So they're discounting heavily already, on top of the front loading because they were trying to circumvent the tariff issue. So they have stock, they have inventory, and they have to get rid of it. So with these two data points, gasoline coming down and retail sales starting to falter, Federal Reserve is most likely going to change, most likely lower rate. Now, the more that they lower the rates, the more the equity market is going to go up. So this is like almost setting a perfect situation for equity investment. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack to help build off of for the health protocol. Now, my health protocol is pretty extensive, and a lot of people can't afford all of it, all right? But you can take bits and pieces of it and customize it to your affordability and what sort of systems you want to target. But if you do everything I'm telling you, you are going to see some major anti-aging effects. But let's talk about the foundation of this, right? The foundation is complete vitamin and the MB40 probiotic. This is the probiotic that I have that's in VeggieCap form, all right? It's just been relabeled. So we're going to call it now the MB40 probiotic. So you have the MB40 probiotic with the complete multivitamin. That's the foundation. The multivitamin has the vitamins that you need for the proper enzymatic activity. These multivitamins are key because they are cofactors for enzymatic activity and conformational shape. So your enzymes have a three-dimensional shape, and they need cofactors, minerals and vitamins as cofactors to have the proper shape. And when they do have the proper shape, then your metabolism will be better, and your cells are performing and your tissues are performing the way they should be. So this is an easy to digest multivitamin, all right? And you can take a look on the screen here what the vitamins are. But this is a great foundation to help build off of. The other part of the foundation of the protocol is the probiotic. Now, this probiotic is a VeggieCap version. I also have a powdered version, but you take a probiotic powder or the VeggieCap version, and you take it every day, drink filtered water, and your gut biome is going to improve. You're going to be able to digest better. Your mucosal lining will get thicker. Your concentration of IgA, which is an antibody, will increase. What that will do is it'll improve your immune system. You're going to have less chance of leaky gut syndrome. You're going to have better communication between your gut and your liver. Your metabolism will improve. Your ability to process sugars and process cholesterol will improve and make bile and make other proteins that your liver produces. It'll also help with brain function. The communication between your gut and your brain will improve. And when you take a good probiotic, what will happen is you'll be able to sleep better. You'll be able to consolidate memory. You'll have less brain fog. You'll be less irritable. You'll be able to detoxify your central nervous system. So brain health is directly correlated to gut health. In addition, gut health is correlated with skin. Your skin will improve with a better gut biome. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this VeggieCap probiotic. It's the MB40 probiotic. And take it with the complete multivitamin. And that's your foundation for the health protocol. And then we build off that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. So let's go to Gary's economics. Again, I've been playing him for a little while. He went to LSE, London School of Economics. He comes from a poor background, all right? He was raised in a middle-class background in the UK, which I think in the United States would be lower middle class. And he's not very polished, but he was a very successful trader at Citibank. And he decided to leave trading professionally at the bank and do this push for income inequality. Now, this is a big problem in the UK. Now, let's preface what the issue is in the UK. Too much debt that's been issued over the years. Higher inflation. Job prospects aren't very good, especially for the youth. Massive illegal immigration that's taking hold. Lots of social programs that the government can't afford. And the central bank has a lot of assets on its balance sheet that needs to be sold back into the market. That's called quantitative tightening, and you can't do that because it would raise interest rates. So they have high interest rates. They're in this, what is called a debt loop, right? Or a doom loop. So it's important to pay attention to this growing problem with the haves and the have-nots. It's very important to understand that when the central bank starts to intervene, they're bailing out too big to fail. And when they do these bailouts, there's an inflationary effect, either short-term or a long-term effect. And these big bailouts, like during COVID or during Lehman, they have an aftershock. It's not just that year. We are literally still living through Lehman. A lot of people don't understand that, but we are still living through Lehman from a central bank point of view and trying to titrate into the market those assets the central banks bought. So it affects the interest rates, and it's affecting the borrowing costs of governments. And the UK is getting to a point where they can't borrow anymore. So there's going to be a big problem. What happens is that they're going to probably have to cut social programs. So he's trying to interject into the zeitgeist of tax policy. The idea of taxing the rich instead of taxing the middle class. Now that sounds kind of at a simplistic level, but there's a lot of nuggets of economic policy that he's bringing up. He's not very polished, but what he's saying makes some sense. Unfortunately, what is happening is that because his YouTube channel grew so fast, he's becoming a little hubris. And that's a common theme with these YouTubers. But it's important to pay attention to this concept of taxing the rich and helping the middle class. Now, a lot of people would just automatically say, well, that sounds like socialism. He's not a socialist, all right? And the thing is that there is laissez-faire capitalism, when it's not checked, when it's not regulated, can cause some systemic problems, systemic risks. And as the central banks start to intervene in the market by lowering rates and equities start to go up, the people that have equities will make more money because the equity rise is going to rise faster than the actual inflation rate. So rich people get richer. So the inflation, let's say, is at 5%, but their equities went up 10%. So they made the difference of 5%. 10% in equities, 5% inflation, 10 minus 5, 5% profit in real terms, adjusted for inflation. All right. The poor, they don't have assets or very little assets. So they don't benefit from the big gain. All right. So the rich will always get richer and the poor will always get poorer. So when you have a doom loop, like is going to happen in the UK, social programs are going to have to be cut. Right? Well, who's going to be benefiting from those social programs? The middle class. Also, and I don't think he brings it up too often, but he does understand this concept that the rich are the lobbying group that's dictating tax policy, dictating regulation, dictating the market. They're pushing the buttons at the legislative branch or the parliament in terms of the UK. So if you tax the rich at a high level, you may not be filling the gap of debt, the fiscal debt or the fiscal deficit, because you have the debt of the country that keeps on growing. In the United States is, I don't know, it's like 36 trillion, 37 trillion, whatever it is. The deficit is the difference between what we spend as a government and what we're bringing in terms of revenue. And that deficit is, I don't even know what the new number is with the new tax law, the new bill that was passed, but I think it's either 2 trillion or 4 trillion, something like that. I'd have to look it up. It's probably closer to 2 trillion. But but there's a deficit. So there's a deficit and a debt. Both are a problem. All right. So when you are spending more than what you're bringing in terms of revenue, they issue more debt. Well, you can't keep on doing this. It keeps on accumulating to a point where the system breaks. And you have bondholders that are buying US debt, French debt, German debt, UK debt. It just gets to the point where the bondholders don't have the capacity to absorb this anymore. So it's a problem. It's a problem. So I see it as you have to tax the uber wealthy so you reduce their power. Even though that the money that you're bringing in may not necessarily solve the deficit, the annual deficit. So you're reducing the power and you're reducing further damage to the economy because of their egocentric policies through lobbying Congress. So if you take the money away, they don't have the money to give during the lobbying group, for the lobbying group. So taxing the uber wealthy, I think, is a smart idea to get closer to parity in terms of the middle class and the uber wealthy. Now, Piketty, which is an economist, Professor Piketty, wrote a few books, but one book that I read was the 21st Century of Capitalism. With Piketty, he has a very extensive data set of economies going back hundreds of years in different countries. And it's a fascinating book to read, to see what was going on in different countries. Like France, when it was going through pre-revolutionary time period, during the revolution, post-revolution, or what was going on in the United States, or what was going on in Germany and in England. England has a lot of data. But the core of the conclusion from Piketty is income inequality continues to rise because of rich people having assets that will benefit from inflation. Poor people do not. Now, income disparity starts to come in, that gap starts to come in under two things: war or a catastrophe, a natural catastrophe. That natural catastrophe typically is a pandemic. So during pandemics and during war. So this is a piece of the economic history that Gary is missing. Now, he's an undergrad from LSE, so maybe he's not seeing this at, at a more scholarly Ph.D. level. But the thing is that there is something to be said that a war, pandemic, is one of a strong vector to actually reduce inequality. Now, let's assume for a minute that what we went through in 2020 was on purpose. Let's assume for a minute that what we went through in 2020 was actually to try to prevent quantitative tightening. Now, if you have individuals that are looking at the geopolitical world and hegemonic power and all this, it is very possible and very, from a technical level, very, very doable to actually bring down population density through this to prevent turmoil within society and to bring down population density so the outlays of the government are less with social programs, especially in geriatric years. So this is not out of the realm of possibility. It's just taking something that what Piketty said in his book, wars and pandemics, disease, bring closer to parity between the haves and the have-nots. And this data is not just a 20th century or 21st century data set. We're looking at, this thing's going all the way back to the 1300s. All right? And then what's fascinating about some of the data that was starting to be produced, if you had regions that didn't collect economic statistical data through a particular century, you could assemble how people live by the literature that was written, or the diaries that were written, or the letters that were written, or some of the taxation logs for certain kingdoms. But there is a clear conclusion to this. Income inequality comes in, that spread comes in between the haves and the have-nots during a war and during pandemics. Okay, so DrPaulCottrell sees that if the problem is income inequality, what do you have to do? You have to orchestrate a war and or a pandemic if you want to bring in the income inequality. That's just based on the research from Piketty. All right. To circumvent the power of the uber wealthy, you have to do high taxation. So Elon Musk, 300-400 billionaire, yes, it's all unrealized gains, but when it becomes realized, you tax them at a very high rate, like more than 75%, because nobody should be that wealthy and have that much political sway. That includes Bezos, that includes Bill Gates. See, if you keep on, when you start to see these people having so much power because they have so much money and they have a lot of hubris and they have a God complex, then perhaps they shouldn't have that much money. So it's a tax policy to prevent a power law. All right. So there are power. There's this concept of a power law. So go back one. You have Gaussian distribution. The Gaussian distribution is a normal distribution. All right. And you have most of the activity in the middle of the bell-shaped curve. All right. And then you have what are called these tail events, where something is either super low from the average or super high from the average, but that's normally distributed. And then to determine if you have a normal distribution, it depends on if you have something called kurtosis. Now, kurtosis is the height of the shape of the bell-shaped curve. If it's too high or too low, too shrunk in, it's not Gaussian distributed. It's not normally distributed. So if it's I believe it's at 3. If three is the number for kurtosis, then boom, you have a normally distribution, assuming that you have the dynamics of a bell-shaped curve. Now we'll talk about skewed distributions later, but the point here is that if you flatten the curve, you have fat tails because you're pushing the curve down and it's pushing out on the sides. When you have fat tail events, that means there's more people, let's say in the financial markets, there are more people that are uber wealthy or poor. See that? See what just happened? When you bring down the curve, when you squish it and you make it non-distributed and the kurtosis is smaller, more people are poor, more people are rich. And the middle is being squished. Now, if the kurtosis is above 3, then what happens is the bell-shaped curve is higher, the apex is higher, and so the fat tails start, the tail ends of the distribution start to come in, so they're smaller. So what happens is that the middle class is more averaged, more dominating, and you have less rich, less poor. You have more middle. So in terms of income distribution, the kurtosis has to be higher than 3. Okay, now let's go back to this whole power law concept. All right. With the power law, basically, when you go from one magnitude to another, it's accelerated. It's not linear. It's actually exponential. But when you graph it on a logarithmic curve, it'll show linear. But that's just meaning that it's exponential growth. So you have few people, very few people that are uber wealthy. But their effect, the amount of money that they have and the amount of, if you graph this based on money, the number of people that have hundreds of billions of dollars is a low number. The number of people that are at the middle class or lower, there are a lot. So at different income levels and the number of people in the society, you'll start to see that it's a power law. So what does this mean? This means that the people on the uber wealthy side with the wealth, when you graph political persuasion or political power through lobbying groups, it's also a power law. And because of that, this is the reason why you have to tax the uber wealthy, because it's about the power that they have. It's not about filling the hole in the deficit. You got to circumvent the power, just like what Piketty was saying. Income inequality doesn't come in unless there's a war or a pandemic. All right, so the socialists will say, well, or not the socialists, let's say the anti-socialists or the capitalists, the pure capitalists, will say taxing the wealthy is going to prevent trickle-down economics and yada, yada, yada. We're talking about the uber wealthy that have political persuasion. So if you don't tax them, you're going to continue to have these problems with the uber wealthy controlling government and not having a true representative government. Our founding fathers did not want uber wealthy people, because that's starting an aristocracy, an aristocratic kind of setup. That's not what the founding fathers were looking for. So the ones that are these laissez-faire capitalists are going to say, don't tax the wealthy, tax the middle class. because that's where the bulk of the number is of the population. And that if you don't tax the wealthy, then they'll be able to create businesses, and more businesses will be created, and more individuals will be employed, and blah blah blah. All right. But when you have technologies like AI that are circumventing the number of people that you need employed, or let's say you have AI being implemented, right, and there's this decoupling of capital and labor, the uber wealthy people are on the side of benefiting from it, not the people that are in the middle. And so more social programs are going to have to be instituted. Now, in the United States, we do have social programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, but our social programs is far less than what they have in the UK. So you're seeing what this dynamic of, if you have too many social programs, how it debt ladens the country and makes it inefficient. The United States isn't there yet. Just like how Japan was the canary in the coal mine for zero bound rates for central banks back in the 90s, and how they were in their malaise for decades. That was a hint that was what was going to come to other central banks around the world. And it so happened other central banks went to zero bound because of Lehman. Now, what was the commonality between Japan's crash in '92 and Lehman? It was elevated asset prices. They weren't truly justifiable, and then a real estate crash. What happened with Lehman? The same thing, elevated asset prices in real estate that weren't justifiable, and then adding in financial engineering with these CDOs and these mortgage-backed securities and the fraud that was going on with subprime mortgages. So it was on steroids, and it affected the whole world. But the same effect happened. Lower interest rates at zero bound, which is a really bad thing for the economy. So the point I'm making here is that these policies that the rich were able to push because they benefited from it actually hurt everybody else because it created a moral hazard. So it's important to tax uber wealthy people. It reduce their power. But you have these people that are like, okay, we want capital. I'm a capitalist. Dr. Paul Cottrell is a capitalist, all right? But Dr. Paul Cottrell also understands the Nash equilibrium, right? And what that basically means is that just because you can get more doesn't mean the whole society is better off. Sometimes getting a little bit less is actually better for everybody. That's the crux of Nash equilibrium. So with tax policy, if someone says tax the uber wealthy, they think, oh, you're an anti-capitalist. And it's like, no, you're actually a person that is anti-lobby. You're against an uber class that's using the lobbying efforts in Congress to dictate policy and circumvent the will of the people. Now, in terms of the economy and how things will be balanced, if you have a more robust economic cluster through manufacturing and peripheral industries, you'll have a better debt to GDP ratio, and you'll be able to climb out of your debt. So you let the middle class, who does most of the consuming, benefit from tax reduction so they can consume more and they can be plugged into the economy and work, have less regulation for businesses so they can start up the business, have incentives for businesses to purchase new equipment, maybe accelerate the depreciation schedules of this new equipment, or get tax benefits from reinvestment of their company, give tax benefits for more people that are employed, right? You can give them tax benefits to grow the economy. But when they realize the gains in the stock market with the uber wealthy, they should be heavily taxed. If Elon Musk makes $100 billion in a stock trade, he should be taxed 75% of that. He will still be able to eat and he will still be able to live very well. And that money will come back to the government to help to pay for the government and its services. So there's an incentive for people that are in the middle class and upper middle class to consume because their taxes are less. And it's generating more revenue because there's more activity in the government, or not in the government, in the economy. And so more revenue is going to the government because of this activity. And it gives the incentive for middle class people to go up to upper middle class, and upper middle class to get rich. Now, rich and uber rich are two different people. That's two different subgroups. There's very few uber wealthy people that are affecting the world, and they need to be truncated. Their wealth needs to be truncated. Okay, now with that little stance, all right, let's go to Gary's economics, and he is going to take it from the perspective of the UK. All right, but less taxation on most people that actually do the consuming, right? Because the middle class does most of the consumption. Less tax on them and more tax on the uber wealthy, I think, is a more fair tax policy. Now, the thing is people will say, well, if you don't tax the middle class enough, then you're going to have a higher deficit. Well, that goes back to the government has to be truncated too. So why do we make the assumption that the government continues to grow? This is where the whole Doge thing comes into play. The government needs to be truncated. The government must be smaller. Social programs have to be truncated. And that will allow for individualism to take hold in the middle class and the upper middle class to be able to build businesses and perpetuate the economy. But if we're burdened by larger government and higher taxation to be able to pay the bond yields because they keep on issuing more and more debt, then the middle class is going to get squeezed out because the rich will always get richer. See the point that I'm making here? So the government has to get truncated. Social programs have to be cut. Not 100%, but major reductions in social programs. Taxation on the middle class needs to go down, right? So they can do investments for their retirement. And the uber wealthy is heavily taxed to reduce their power. It's not about the money to bring in to offset the deficit, because there's not enough money there. There's going to be more money actually in the middle class to tax to fill the debt hole, the deficit. So it's shifting the power here. But it's also with the realization that the government is too big and it must be truncated. So when you have these people that are saying, oh, tax the wealthy, that sounds socialistic. Well, I'm not a socialist at all. I'm actually a total capitalist, all right? But I also realize that rich people, very wealthy people, uber wealthy people are out of control. They have a God complex, all of them. All of them. Not some of them, all of them. So they'll say, well, if you're going to tax them, then you must be anti-capitalist. No, it's looking at this from a holistic point of view. The government's growing too big, affecting the middle class's wealth, affecting their purchasing power because of inflation. Inflation benefits the rich, not the poor. And there's too much power that has been amalgamated within a very select few people in the uber class, in the uber wealthy class. Okay, so with that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Myotrol. This Myotrol will help with gene expression to build muscle, because you're going to have to fight the uber wealthy, right? So do resistance training. Get the Myotrol. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans for gene expression to help build muscle and maintain muscle. Super important for males and females if you're age 40 or older. Your gene expression has changed when you get older. It methylates. And so certain genes start to turn off or they're less expressed. And muscle building is one of them. Myotrol is going to help you to build that muscle by helping with the gene expression. This stacks really well with Gladiator Barley and Boomer Boost. So do the resistance training, take the Myotrol, build that muscle, stop the atrophy of your muscles. And this will also help to improve your mitochondrial health so you have more energy to maintain and build that muscle. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's go with, again, Gary's economics. All right, this guy's from LSE, undergrad. Very profitable trader at Citibank that left Citibank. And he's hell-bent on changing tax policy in UK. All right. He's not a polished individual. All right. Not at all. So let's continue. But what he has to say makes sense. Unfortunately, because he grew his channel so quickly, he has hubris.
Tax policy is a job of experts and government and civil service. It is not the job of YouTubers. All right, so we'll do one on implementation of wealth taxes and how to reduce inequality. And the reason we have to do that is because we are increasingly doing really well on narrative. We are influencing what the media talk about. We're influencing the debate on this. We have a massive presence in the debate now. Governments are failing, especially the government here in the UK is really unpopular, and they will have to do something or they will lose really badly in the next election. And increasingly, we are looking like quite well positioned to be the way that they might have to turn. So they might come to us and we might get something. And what worries me is there is a phenomenal naivety at the moment in the way that people are talking about wealth taxes, basically. And basically the people seem to think that the government can just turn around and say, okay, let's do wealth taxes, let's tax the rich now, and things will be fixed, right? The truth is, and I've always said this, I've never tried to hide this, actually raising taxes on the rich is going to be really hard for a variety of reasons, right? One of the biggest reasons is obviously they control a lot of the media narrative, they can sell a lot of scare stories, if you tax us, we'll leave, or they can do a lot of sort of personally attacking of me as an individual. But the truth is, there are things they can do, and you need to deal with those things. The truth is, they can live, right? And I've always said, and I constantly believe, look at the Abramovich situation, which shows
that's exactly the same. Now, he's talking about UK, but that's exactly every time people say, you know what, we need to tax the uber wealthy. The uber wealthy always says, well, we'll just stop having businesses here. Really? Test it. See what really happens. See what really happens. And what you'll notice is that they have accumulated so much wealth, and a lot of it is unrealized and it's hidden in stocks, that the taxation isn't going to be that burdensome for them. It's when they realize the gains. But the problem is that these people are so wealthy, they have these CPAs and lawyers where they create these trusts and just roll the asset that's unrealized into the trust sells it, and then the person is controlling the trust or a nonprofit, but the person technically didn't have the realized gain. It was the trust that's run by the nonprofit. So they play games. Now, maybe we should, stop those loopholes. I mean, that's what Zuckerberg did. That's what Bill Gates did. That was what Stephen Ballmer did. All these people do this. I mean, technically, if you look at it from a puristic standpoint, if they have a good CPA or a lawyer, they really never realize the gain personally. But they have lots of power. They can come up and write a $50 million check to a PAC to influence an election. Can the average citizen write a $50 million check and have their voice heard? No. So would they really leave? Now think about it. Inflation, let's say at a high level was 7% during Biden. Maybe around 8, maybe 7 to 8%. So let's say 8%. But if you're making 15% or more in the stock market, and some of these have some very large positions in individual stocks, they may actually make 100% or 40% return in a year. But let's just say that they would broad-based indexing, and they made 15%. That's a pretty good gain, even when you offset it for inflation. So taxing them isn't going to be that big of a deal because you're taxing what their gains were. So if they gain, let's say, $50 million, let's just say, they gain $50 million in a trade, and they're uber wealthy, all right? We're talking billionaires here, hundreds of billions of dollars, all right? We're not talking the average person. And they made a $50 million in a trade. Well, the government should take 25% of it. Why not? You still got 25 million.
Okay, well, you can leave, but if you're going to own British assets, you can tax British assets. And that's always been my comeback to that, and that is true. But you need to make sure that you have your legal systems in place. Like, people sometimes ask me, if you were Chancellor, what would you do? If you were Prime Minister, what would you do? And I always turn around and say, listen, God damn, it's not that easy. The implementation and the design, the correct implementation and the correct design of this tax or these taxes, it has to be so good. It has to be really, really good. And I think a sensible government at this point would be calling me. Like, the sensible thing to do is to call me up and say, all right, look, we get it, right? We see, the argument I'm making is correct. Inequality is increasing really, really quickly. The rich are rapidly increasing their wealth. It's squeezing everybody out. It's destroying the middle class. It's destroying the government. It's having and will continue to have really destructive effects on living standards. You need to fix it. 100%. You need to.
See what I mean? He's not very polished. The word is pernicious. Their policies, the over wealthy, are pernicious. Their actions are pernicious. It's causing negative externalities in our economies.
That's it. The only way to really do that is to aggressively increase tax on the rich. The truth is that's hard to do. So they should be calling me up and saying, listen, okay, we see it. You're right. We understand now. Okay, you don't deal with inequality. You're kind of. But the rich are saying they're going to leave. We don't really. We don't think it's possible. You know what I mean? So then you call me up and you say, okay, all right, let's put the work in. We put the work in. We design this tax so that it's good, so that it's watertight. You look at things like what China does. China doesn't allow you to own the Chinese wealth and live overseas. You ask the question, you realistically discuss the question, how much can the UK do by itself? Or realistically, do we need international cooperation? International cooperation is achievable. If you look at when we last significantly reduced inequality, it was in the aftermath of World War II, and it was done internationally. everybody did it together, and it worked. The truth is, this would be difficult for the UK, specifically the UK. I think a massive country like the US would probably have an easier time, especially when you consider how many of the billionaires and the massive companies are based in the US. I think the US would have an easier time to do it by itself. I think a country like the UK could do some things by themselves, but like, why do it by yourself? This problem is happening everywhere. We have a mass opportunity to build something internationally here. But there's this like real childish naivety, which is like, okay, fine, let's give it like, the big thing that you said, and this I think really encapsulates the childish naivety that I talk about, is people turn around to me and say, okay, all right, show me the tax policy then. Show me the tax policy. Listen, I'm here in my kitchen, right, which is real, like with a massive YouTube channel, like I'm pretty obviously the world's biggest campaigner for wealth active, and I work hard, right? Do you think tax policies are usually made by YouTubers? Like, tax policy is not, we spoke about this in the tariffs video, right? Which is that the Trump tariffs had this similar vibe, which is like some random intern, like, bashed together, or Cambodia, so yeah, Cambodia, you know what I mean? Like, what is this idiocracy behavior? Listen, if you want good tax policy, you need to pay good fucking tax people, and you need to sit them in a room for a long fucking time, and you need to make sure they design that policy. Even if I was the fucking smartest guy in the world, you wouldn't want one fucking guy to design. This is not. Can you remember that Little Britain write the theme tune, sing the theme tune? It's like, you know, like
even though he's from the UK, he speaks Detroit. You know what I mean? We continue.
Right, you make yourself. What have we become as a country? Like, listen, if you want good tax policy, you need to pay proper tax experts for their expertise and their time. And you spend 2 years designing tax policy. Obviously, it's idiotic, this approach. Listen,
right, but the problem is that the uber wealthy always has money to be able to spend to control the political narrative. They always have money to be able to lobby the parliament or the legislative branch that determines the tax policy. And so the uber wealthy will always get it, always get the loopholes, always. This is the reason why it's so important to truncate the uber wealthy. Elon Musk, he's doing some amazing stuff with SpaceX. He's bet most of his money, so most of it's unrealized. He's stock rich and cash poor. So, so he doesn't, but he has enough money to be able to swing elections. He has enough money for policy. Well, there's going to be a point in time where someone like him isn't for the middle class. I mean, look at Bezos. I mean, he's building a whole cybernetic system through Amazon. And when you add in AI to that, you really think that there's going to be a real strong capital and labor function? No. So he's going to get even richer. Well, you get poorer. But yet he spent all this money in lobbying these people. And we need laws where there's another element to this. Higher taxation of the uber wealthy. 75% tax maybe on realized gains with no way to shuttle it into trusts and nonprofits. So stop those loopholes. And on top of it, we have to have legislation that stops the lobbying group power and makes it more transparent. And maybe we'll have better representative government.
More than fucking happy to be involved in making sure this tax policy is designed well, obviously. But the way that you do that is you get the tax experts, you talk to me, you talk to the other guys, you build a team of proper good tax experts, you think about the
think about what's really happening here. In the United States, for example, you have Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security that are the big elephants in the room, especially the Social Security. Now, for ones that were in the military, I think they should be getting their benefits, right? the ones that are disabled, legitimately disabled, get benefits. The ones that are not disabled, we have to come to the realization that Social Security needs to be cut in half, if not eliminated. Now, what does that mean? It means that our society becomes less consuming and more saving society, more producing society. Now, do we do that all at once? No, we can't, because people aren't prepared. So the ones that are starting to move into retirement, they still will have to be on Social Security. But the ones that are younger, we have to make the decision here to cut them off, because the country can't afford it. Now, let's just play this out here. You have just look at the Social Security side of this. The Social Security for the rich, for people that have paid into it. So anyone could get Social Security. I don't think there's a means test. If there is, then it's new legislation that I don't know about. But let's just say that there is no means test. That means if you're uber wealthy or poor, you get Social Security. Now, if the rich are getting richer, why would they need the Social Security? They don't even care about the Social Security. All right? The middle class and the poor really need it. They really need it. It's a major part of their retirement. But the thing is that you're getting taxed throughout the multiple years of working for decades. That's affecting you from saving and benefiting in the market. So you were better off to not have Social Security and put that money in to the stock market. You would have been better off. So why should we have Social Security? So what happens is that you have a program that people really want, that they think they really need, and it's like a ball and chain around their ankle, and that will prevent them from realizing, well, wait a minute, that social program actually is holding down the middle class, because you're getting taxed year after year after year. Those are revenues going into the government, and those are the means for the coupon payment for the bonds that are being issued because of the continuous debt that keeps on accumulating by the government. But if you say you don't want the Social Security, and we're not going to have Social Security, then those debt obligations in the future are no longer there for the government. And we can actually start paying down our debt, and our interest payments would be a lot less. And that money that the middle class is saving from less taxation, they can move it into the market. They can save that money on their own and not be beholden to a government program. So we're going to have to come to the realization that social programs need to be truncated, or we're going to be in a doom loop. So the rich say, you know what? Let's give them a Social Security. We don't need it because we're super rich. And we'll use that every time there's a tax debate about taxing the wealthy. We'll just say, you can't tax us because we're going to take away the jobs. And you still have to tax the middle class. And the middle class is paying on the coupon, really paying the coupon payment for this never-ending debt that is being issued by the Treasury. Now remember, when that debt is being rolled over and increased, and the central bank gets involved and prints more money, that's inflation. So the middle class loses out with the inflation. But the rich, they keep on getting richer. So how do you break the mechanism? The middle class actually needs to look in the mirror and say, to break the mechanism, you have to destroy Social Security. By destroying Social Security, you're actually hurting the mechanism that makes people rich. But that is a really bitter pill to swallow for the middle class, because most people won't see it. Most people will not understand this concept. That with with Social Security is actually holding the middle class down. It's not boosting them up. Now, the ones that are just moving into retirement, they need it to survive. Social Security was supposed to be a safety net just for the Great Depression, and then they kept on continuing it. It was never originally to be in perpetuity. It was never intended for that. So, because people like freebies, thinking that it's going to make things better. So, to stop that mechanism, a lot of your taxes are because of outlays that the government can't afford. Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. Get rid of them, or most of it. And when that does happen, your taxes radically go down. Well, if your taxes go radically down, you have more money to invest. So you're investing in your future. You're in control of it, not the government. And when you've applied more money into the system, and the government is running a deficit or causing inflation because of Federal Reserve policies, you benefit from that in the stock market with the upward movement of assets. You'll benefit more doing that than being on Social Security. So do we really want Social Security? So what really needs to happen is get rid of it and our taxes and have it a lower tax rate. Have our taxes go down. And there'll be actually more activity in the economy. And then create laws that truncate the lobbying group, fills the loopholes with the uber wealthy moving into trusts and moving into nonprofits, and tax realized gains for the ultra rich at 75%. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? They were blessed with lots of money. Someone is $400 billionaire, and you tax half or 75% of it, they're still a billionaire.
People who leave the country, can we still tax them on the UK assets, like we did to Abramovich, like China does? You look at how these issues were dealt with in the past. You look at how wealth inequality was reduced significantly in the 20th century. You have sensible discussions, but I'm constantly faced with these idiotically simplistic discussions, which are totally bad faith, which is oh, okay, you've recognized that the ship's going to sink. Well, why don't you fucking fix the hole yourself then, you idiot? It's this unbelievably childish and it's unbelievably chaotic. Listen, we're supposed to be adult, grown-up, mature countries here. I have correctly identified a massive problem in our economy that is going to devastate living standards if nothing is done about it. You need to fix that with well-designed tax policy, and well-designed tax policy takes experts, and it takes money, and it takes resources, and it takes hard work. So that is the message. That is the message. So listen, we're winning the debate, and
The reality of the situation is that the government needs to make that decision that both sides will need to take pain. The middle class and the poor and the uber wealthy are going to have to take pain. Now, taxes will go down for the middle class, but social programs will be eliminated. And the uber wealthy no longer have low taxes. They have extreme high taxes. And you pay down the debt and get out of the debt, this doom loop and this debt cliff that countries are getting in. That's the answer. But the rich the super wealthy will not want to be paying more tax. And the middle class believes that they have to have their social programs, which is literally the ball and chain that's preventing them from being rich.
That's because I've been focused on winning the debate. Okay, implementation is going to be hard. And I emailed just this week. I emailed Gabriel Zucman, who is French economist, who I've got a lot of time and a lot of respect for. He's working on similar things, And I said to him, listen, dear Gabriel, we're winning the debate here. Who have we got working on implementation? You know? I'm doing everything by myself. You know what I mean? Implementation of tax policy is a job of experts and government and civil service. It is not the job. We need to win the debate and we need to win implementation. And, you know, I want to be clear, right? I know I've campaigned for 2% on wealth of above 10 million, you know. That's what I do, that's what Patriot Millionaires do, that would be good. But like, this is not like I've sat down and picked the perfect tax policy. People sometimes criticize me like, oh, that form of wealth tax is not good, we need another form of wealth tax. I'm here for that. Like, let's have those discussions. Let's build a tax policy, you know. But this kind of really stupid shutting down of the debate is, oh, you've correctly identified that our economy is going to be devastated, but why don't you fix it? We need to grow up, basically. We need to grow up. But you know, the reason I'm here and I've finally done a video on implementation is because we're winning the debate. And I'm really proud of myself, and so should you be, the work you put on it, and so should everybody watching it, because this, what I think is really interesting about like our like increasing narrative victory here is people go on TV. So like when like, it's Neil Kinnock is his name, right? Is it Neil? When he went on TV recently and he was like 2% wealth tax above 10 million. That is exactly the wealth tax that I campaigned for, but he didn't say Gary Stevenson wealth tax. And he probably didn't hear it from me, right? Like, and we don't have a massive presence in the mainstream media. Like the way that we do this is we feed it into the public and it comes up from the public to the newspapers and to the politicians. And like, it's I think it's kind of inspiring to show how much power the public has if they stick to a message, right? And if they're very clear on it, it shows that, like, you know, a YouTuber, you know, it's not just me, you know, I mentioned.
If someone cares about the health of their country and they realize that there is there's a debt ceiling, a debt cliff, a doom loop, all these different terms, right? If they realize their country is not doing well, then it's prudent for the society in general to realize perhaps we have to cut, right? If your home budget is not doing so well, you have to cut, right? Well, at the societal level, it's the same thing. So these social programs that people are so used to, they need to be eliminated. Now, what does that, you know, people will say, oh, there's going to be granny living on the street, you know, the thing. You know, the thing is that you have to titrate it into the economy. You know, okay, the ones that are, you know, 70, 80 years old, obviously, they still get their Social Security. The ones that are vets, they should be, because they served their country, I think they should get their Social Security and get benefits from their service. But the average citizen did not serve their country. And the average citizen isn't 70 or 80 years old. Now, the people would say, what about the 60, you know, what about 60 or 65? Well, maybe it's only 80% of their Social Security they get. So you just titrate it into the system. And so people that haven't retired yet and aren't going to retire until 10 years, they only get a quarter of their Social Security. And then the ones that are, let's say that the 10 that only get a quarter of their Social Security, let's say, are 50 years old. All right. Now, people that are, let's say, in the range of 35 to 50, maybe they only get 15% of their Social Security. See my point? And so the ones that are just coming into the job market, they don't get any Social Security when they retire. So that's the proper way to do it. So you're reducing the outlays, and the government will slowly have less and less outlays for social programs, be able to pay down the debt, get fiscally. So what's going to happen is that our deficit will actually be a surplus, and that surplus can start paying down the debt, so we pay less interest. And so when that happens, our economy will be more robust. And then as time goes on, more and more people that are younger are investing more into the equity market for their retirement. And so it's going back to a pre-FDR day. But it has to be slowly moved into the system based on what your age bracket is.
All these other guys who do the good work. We can drive it up. We can drive it up through the people. But then, you know, if politicians turn around and say, oh, okay, great, let's just, you know, we're not going to provide the policy, you know, and you know what I mean? And it's stressful and I'm doing a lot of work and I'm really focused on
Now, for
on
people that are thinking about this policy, if people, you know, want to do safe investing, the best way to do it is that safe investing for the young is to do a balanced passive portfolio. S&P 500 or Russell index, Russell 2000, something like that, right? Maybe for someone that's young, that's just getting into the job market, maybe an 80-20, where it's 80% equities, 20% bond fund, like a bond aggregate fund. And then as you get older, every decade, you just bring that ratio down. Then go to like 70-30. And then another decade, maybe maybe 60-40. Another decade, maybe 50-50. Another decade, see? But it's about passive investing. All right, for the masses, not to be a super trader. That's the way to do it. Now the thing is if people get sick, guess what? You're accumulating wealth to be able to pay for insurance. You're working, you already have insurance. So I'm not sure that will people get sick? Well, why are you depending on Medicare and Medicaid if you get sick? First of all, you need to take, again, what's the whole concept of this? The concept is that you're taking charge of your own health and wealth. If you do things that are proper for your body, if you have a lifestyle that is in sync with longevity, then what's going to happen is that you're going to be healthier in your geriatric years. Now, sometimes people get sick, but you're working and you have insurance, right? And you've accumulated wealth to the point where you're going to be able to pay for your insurance in your geriatric years. That's the whole point. You have to take charge of yourself. So if you're healthy typically, right, you're not going to have all of these chronic problems later in life, usually. Now, some people might because of genetics or they have an accident or whatever. But you should not be dependent on Medicare and Medicaid. Now, again, it has to be based on the age group as this is getting titrated in. If you're 70 or 80 and you have some issues, chronic issues, then you are more being dependent on the Medicare and Medicaid. But as you get down to the 50-year-olds, that dependence on Medicare and Medicaid is going to be diminished. Maybe you only get a quarter of the funding. And for the ones that are young, they don't get Medicare and Medicaid. I think that's taking charge of your own health is really, and wealth is the proper policy here. But things can happen, but that's the reason why you have insurance. So instead of going on a vacation, why don't you pay money for your insurance? See? So we got to get out of this mindset of bread and circus, and that you have to start being responsible for your own self. It's about individualism, not collectivism. But again, because people weren't prepared for this, you're going to have to titrate this policy in based on age groups, certain age groups, and you phase it out You slowly phase it out. And that way the debt burden, it goes down for the government. The outlays for these social programs go down. We have to get rid of these social programs. That's the key. They can't continue, because if you continue, we're not gonna have a country. What's more important? Your health? Think about it this way. What's more important? To have the country stand and not fall into some sort of totalitarian or socialistic hellhole, and still maintain a constitution, or your health, or your just well-being. No person is above the Constitution. This is what I mean by the pillars of God, country, and family. You have to have an affinity for spirituality. You have to have an affinity for country and self-sacrifice, and affinity for family. And part of that second pillar of country is the realization that your life is not as important as the Constitution. The Constitution is more important.
What we do here is really, really, really vital. So we were thinking about like getting some experts in to fund tax, to actually work on implementation and trying to get some money for that. But the honest truth is, it shouldn't be our job. It shouldn't be our job. And I know, like, you know, I do a lot of jobs that shouldn't be my job, but I would like to do a shout out to like governments, not just here in the UK, right? Because it's an international problem. Governments, and you know, real governments that want to fix the problems. You need to fund the politics across the country, including this country. Think tanks. Listen, I'm working my tits off out here. Get your best people working on how we do this. And, you know, I would love to help. And, you know, if the UK government was to call me, I'd definitely make time for it. This is not Gary Stevenson saves the world, you know? You know, we need other people helping to design this. I'm 100% aware, and I've always been aware, effectively implementing tax on the richest people will be hard. I've never, ever, ever said anything else. And I know it was hard. And I knew from the start it would be hard. And if I'm honest, I never thought we'd get as far as we have already come. But I don't do this because it's easy. I do this because it's essential. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. If you don't want your country to collapse into poverty, you have to deal with this. We've got the people, we've got the experts, get them in a room together, pay them what they need, and get that tax policy sorted and give it the time it needs. And I would like to see, you know, this is not a UK specific problem. I want to see politicians and economists and civil servants in Germany, in Italy, in Spain, in France, in Japan, in Australia. I would say America, but we're not likely to get there. Oh, and Canada, because they always complain that I don't mention them. And New Zealand, get a lot of those. Listen, what I'm looking for is like ruthless practicality and pragmatism. How do we effectively them from taking more of our wealth, which has an understanding of the fact that a lot of those rich are domestic, but a lot of those rich are also overseas. And they're immobile. And how do we deal with that? That is a thing that can be dealt with. It's been dealt with in the past. It can be dealt with again. And I will always say, when people say it's not possible, it was done in the 20th century. It was done in the 20th century. Inequality was reduced massively, and we should look at how they did that.
Well, on international cooperation, there's a minimum cooperation.
Yeah, I mean,
The problem is that he's not, I mean, even though he's from LSE, London School of Economics, you would be shocked that he came from London School of Economics, because that's extremely hard to get into. But the thing is that the reason why the 20th century we had that the actual income inequality started to shrink was because there was this little thing called the Spanish flu, right, of 1918, pandemic. We had these two little things that happened called World War I and World War II. They had massive deaths. Again, what Professor Piketty said, historically, there's only two things that bring the gap between the haves and the have-nots together. And you reduce that gap. Only two things: war and a pandemic. So, what if you actually have a war, World War III, and a pandemic at the same time? and you push for tax policies that erode the wealth of the uber wealthy, then you have broken the back of the aristocracy.
That's Gabriel Zuckman. I'm pretty sure that's Gabriel Zuckman. And you know, I'm not the only guy out here. You know, I'm very visible. I've chosen the YouTube strategy. But you know, I mentioned Rebecca Dowland and Patrick Millionaires, Gabriel Zuckman, Thomas Pickey, Aaron Varney, and there'll be 1,000 other guys across the world doing this work.
So now, finally, he says, Piketty.
Let me start building these policies. Once we've won this debate and I stop having to argue it again and again, I'll come out there and I'll help you build the policy. But I can't do it myself. Implementation will be hard. You have to do it. I'll keep making the videos. Let's get you bookings to start making the policies. Listen, we've got 4 years in this country.
All right. This is the reason why the UK is the canary in the coal mine. And the United States is not immune to what is starting to evolve in the UK. Pay attention. And the United States cannot continue on its debt cliff. It will fall. And the only way to prevent it is to realize that social programs are going to have to be cut, if not eliminated. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35. Max 35 will help to boost up that immune system. And cleanse. Cleanse is 30 parts per million. Max 35 is 35 parts per million. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. Switch your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, then swallow. What it's going to do is improve your oral cavity, your oral pharynx, help with the epithelial lining, and maintain the mucosal barrier. When you do that, it's going to boost up that immune system. Now, you need to pay attention to me, because I'm a really accurate person on many, 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 many domains. Something bad is going to be happening in the fall and in the winter. And you're going to need to be prepared. Now, we know what that is. It's already starting in Asia. The moment you start having a throat irritation, you need to mitigate it right away. I predicted 5 years ago that the pathology of what we went through in 2020 was going to change. What I call the pinball effect. And it is starting to happen now. All right? So you better start paying attention. Now, if you don't pay attention, don't be surprised that you get a negative externality event in your life. But you can mitigate it. You pay attention to me, be prepared. The moment you have that irritation, hit it right away. Lozenges, drops, Max 35, cleanse, right? I have a box that's called the anti-Fauci box on my store. Why do you think I call it the anti-Fauci box? Hint, hint. Get prepared. It's coming. But everyone's worried about their Medicare and Medicaid. You're not even if what's going to be coming that I think is coming, you're not even be able to use Medicare or Medicaid. Stupid. People are dumb. All right, let's listen in on.
Get ready for HubSpot Inbound. Get ready to accelerate deal cycles.
Let's listen to Cash. We haven't played Cash Jordan in a while. Let's see that if we continue on this crazy debt crisis in the United States, what happens to our cities?
Turn data into contextual insights, predict revenue with confidence, and increase GTM productivity. Do it with DealHub, for AI-powered quote for revenue that's integrated into your HubSpot CRM. Meet us at Inbound.
Is your mind secretly sabotaging your success? What if there was a way you could instantly stop self-sabotage and reprogram it for success today? And sleep all the way down, all the way in. President Trump has made clear Chicago is the next target for federal troops to fight crime.
Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this.
So President Trump is making good on his promise to sweep America clean of criminals one sanctuary city at a time. And after making astounding progress in the nation's capital, removing homeless encampments, arresting criminals, and deporting illegal fugitives, it looks like the president's cleanup legions are up for another challenge.
The military is here, buddy. They on the street. The military's really here, buddy. Our life was adults. How we educate.
These guys just robbed, I don't know, while they were on Nordstrom.
In the viral video, people looked on recording the brazen act as this crew rushed out the store after ripping up dozens of designer purses.
This is who Chicago really is. What's being painted by the federal government is false. We love one another. We support one another. We put our arms around one another.
The people in Chicago are screaming for Chicago. They're wearing red hats like this, they say, please, President Trump, come to Chicago.
You need to bring the National Guards to Chicago, man.
This comes as a burglary at the Foot Locker in West Englewood Tuesday. Surveillance video of that incident shows the method the young thieves used to snap.
More evidence that Dr. Paul Cottrell's right. If you don't have God, country, and family, you get this. And the rich want this to happen. So the little people are so focused on the day-to-day just survival, just to go to Foot Locker.
Through the store windows and grab what they can.
Retail theft crackdown along one of Chicago's premier shopping districts.
I have at least 2 undercovers in each store with their loss prevention.
When they see it's being prosecuted, it's being taken seriously, it absolutely deters conduct. They don't want to get caught.
So some people are of the opinion that the president should send the National Guard to Chicago yesterday. But what nobody's talking about is that the mayor of Chicago is against this and the governor of Chicago is against this. If politicians are against something, you better believe a majority of progressives living in Chicago are also against it. And regime change in Chicago could be tough. Even though the city is home to normal, common sense people who want to see change in their neighborhoods. The only problem is they're eclipsed by armies of lunatics who hate the president so much. There'll be a sanctuary city that protects criminals, even if that causes the entire place to collapse. Which it is. Chicago is one of the most dangerous cities in America. In fact, about 6 months ago, several McDonald's restaurants abandoned the downtown area over crime. And the Dunkin' Donuts, which is refusing to give up, has decided to install bulletproof glass everywhere. Plus, they've even got a bank-style money drop.
Still think that minorities should be getting all these social benefits. Still think that we should have illegal immigration coming in to the country. Still think that we should have no cash bail. Still think that maybe we should just keep on spending tons of our money for social programs. Maybe we should do the opposite. Maybe we should actually have our streets patrolled. Maybe we should actually push back on the wokeism. Maybe we should actually have a more conservative mindset in the United States. Maybe it should be about individualism and not collectivism. Maybe what Ayn Rand said in Atlas Shrugged is playing out right now in New York. Maybe. But the rich keep on getting richer because we produce tax policies and loopholes and not pay attention to the 2 elephants in the room. You have really rich people, uber wealthy, controlling the politics, causing division, and we have a middle class that has the perception that they have to have the social programs. Both have to take the pain. The middle class has to lose their social programs, and the uber wealthy needs to lose their wealth.
Where you can get your munchkins. But here's the problem, all the crime you hear about happening in Chicago didn't get to this place by accident. And if a city protects the bad guys and refuses to jail them, they climb to the top of the criminal ladder and stay there. And that brings us to the real reason why the National Guard could soon arrive on the streets of the Windy City. This place, it's imploding. collapsing in real time, and it's doing it while its leaders cheer it on. But we're now at a crossroads because while Americans are horrified at what's happening here, the Trump resistance movement thinks armies of criminals and illegal fugitives living in their city is perfectly fine. And they also think constant smash and grab looting is okay too. At least that's what they must think, because every leader here is bragging about how safe this place is, something only its residents would believe.
The military is here, buddy. The military is here. They on the streets. The military really here, buddy. Y'all thought life was a joke. Y'all think everything.
Things are so out of control in Chicago, there's already some elevated form of military presence deployed here. And these people don't care what the crime stats their progressive leaders give them, even say these are theirs, manipulated, tailor-made to help them win re-election in the face of information that proves they're incompetent. And you know, one way to make crime stats go way down is to just stop arresting criminals, something which doesn't happen enough here apparently. But even though that could make the crime stats fall, the entire city is gonna fall along with it.
I have a very strong prediction that there is going to be a big movement in the country that turns to conservatism. Because you look at these people that are all tattooed up and nose piercings and just look like shit. You can see the endocrine disruption running rampant in their society, in their subculture. They're not fit. They're not physically fit. They're not mentally fit. They have ADHD. They look ugly. There is going to be a strong movement on pushing that back. This whole wokeism and endocrine disruption and this stupid stuff that's going on in society. So the ones that are going to see this, that are straight-laced, intelligent, they'll know how to manipulate this for their benefit. And they did it to themselves. They did it to themselves. They didn't get educated. They decided to break the law. They decided to not have God, country, and family as the cornerstones of the society. Take advantage of them. Why not? It's the American way.
This Foot Locker store remains.
If you think a fanny pack is gonna help you when you head outdoors, think again. You need the Bearskin Tactical Hoodie 4.0. It's
wisdom.
This Foot Locker store remains closed, and it's unclear when it will reopen.
Word it up.
It's the third Foot Locker that crash and grab thieves have targeted in the last week. This afternoon, a steady stream of Foot Locker customers are left stunned after finding out the store is closed following an early morning crash and grab by thieves.
I'm shocked and I'm disappointed at the same time because this neighborhood used to be a very good neighborhood.
It happened around 6 o'clock Sunday morning at the store in the Lake Meadow Shopping Center, located near 35th and King Drive in Chicago.
That's crazy.
Another example of lack of God, country, and family. If you had an affinity towards religion or some sort of morality, do you think you would be doing that? If you had an affinity towards Constitution, if you had affinity to doing the right thing for your community and making the community safer and more prosperous, would you do that? If you had an affinity for family, would you want your kids to be seeing this or be living in an environment like this? Gotta push back. If you don't push back, this bullshit's gonna continue.
3 Foot Lockers totally cleaned out. And what's ridiculous about this is not only have these thieves escaped and had time to pull off their robbery, the way they're pillaging these places is this new style of crash and grab. And it's exactly what it sounds like. They're ramming a car through the front gate of a store. And
now let's get this straight. Remember we were talking about Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid? So you have a part of the population in urban areas that are non-productive in doing this stuff, and they're going to be able to get a Social Security. They're going to be able to get on Medicare and Medicaid. So they don't have God, country, and family in their ethos, and they collect Social Security. Well, you're a hardworking individual getting taxed and getting squeezed by the ultra wealthy and the people taking advantage of the social programs. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high quality toothpaste. This toothpaste has no fluoride. It will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the health of your gum line, reduce inflammation. Super important. A very high quality toothpaste. It's a structural nano silver toothpaste. Use it every day. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste for your household. Use it every day. Very high quality. You need it. And guess what? You're really going to need it in the fall and the winter of this year. Be prepared. I've told you. I've warned you. It's coming. It's already in Japan. It's already in Asia. It's already in China. You're going to end up starting to feel a little bit of a problem in your throat. And it's going to be something that you've never felt before.
It's down while they're trying to loot the store while they've done it.
So when we get into this fall season, when we get into this winter season, and you start having that irritation, doesn't it behoove you to make sure you have that Max 35, make sure that you have that cleanse, make sure that you have that structural nano silver toothpaste, make sure that you have the lozenges and the drops, and you mitigate the problem right away before it festers? Like I said, like I predicted, in 2020, the pathology is going to change. And it did. It did. And so your epithelial lining is now being attacked. So if you have healthy epithelial lining and a better mucosal barrier, that's better for your immune system. Be prepared. It's coming.
Car ready to go. They fill it up with loot and just drive away. That's awful. And it's one thing to be a sanctuary city that's full of federal fugitives, gang members, criminals, cartel members, but it's quite another to have every other type of elevated crime happening all at the exact same time. Nothing is going to be able to survive here for very much longer if something's not done.
We're not far away. The National Guard is on DC streets, dispatched directly by the president to fight crime.
Now, the president says Chicago is next. There are many questions about how that would work.
Yes.
Come to the people who live here. Come to the people that live day to day.
So the problem is, you've got some people who live in Chicago and they live with the crime and they say, you know what, this is wrong. This is a big problem. We don't have to live like this. Then you got other people who say, you know what, our city is fine. And if we have problems, those problems are the result of external forces that come from outside of Chicago. All of this retail theft, well, those people must be victims of a society that's completely unfair. And if there are illegal federal fugitives living here just trying to quote unquote get by, well, that's Donald Trump's fault because he's such a bad president. They're scared of him. That's why they've come here. And if you're going to get there, if you're not at a level I can't anywhere else in the world or even America.
How this would work. The federal government has jurisdiction over Washington, D.C., but only a gut.
Yes. Our legal expert says the government can simply boost the federal presence that's already here. And it's not something that would be unusual for the federal government to say, hey, listen.
Resources here in Chicago to try to assist the Chicago police.
I see it as a negative because I don't know what's necessarily going on that would trigger that type of.
You don't know what's going on
here. We're making progress. We're giving hope, and you're taking it away.
Oh, really?
If your pet goes from weird to weirder, bully to.
And you're taking it away.
Oh, really? Hope to who? hope to criminals that want to do the wrong thing and make Chicago less safe, make America less safe, really? But this idea that Chicago's fine, where does that idea come from? Well, there are some who say it might be a manufactured idea because there are serious concerns with how accurate these falling crime numbers people point to actually are. And as we
And this is the reason why socialism never, ever, ever, ever works. But then people would say, Dr. Paul Cottrell, you said that you need to tax the rich. Yeah. And I also said that social programs need to be eliminated.
on Washington, D.C., the same progressive machine tried to lie its way out of its crime problem, only for it to come out that the city has likely been playing games with the numbers here as well. New York City does the exact same thing. They constantly tell us here in this city how safe it is, yet for the last 2 years, we've had a permanent National Guard presence, and Trump didn't put those troops there. That's how dangerous it is. Oh, but it's safe, but it's safe. And I think most Americans are now past the point of believing some progressive individual that refuses to lock up criminals and is totally against the idea of putting anyone in jail for criminal behavior.
Now let's
When we
think
hear
about
these
this.
politicians talk to us,
Let's look at this. All right, you see this? You have all these people stealing these clothes, right? It looks like sportswear. Black, black, black. Now I'm a guy of statistics. I'm a guy of taking samples and coming up with conclusions. If when you sample the people that are stealing from these stores and they're black, 80% of the time, maybe there's a problem with that community.
how many improvements they're making in their city, there has to be doubt, Jen, on those policies because they obviously aren't working.
Well, Chicago is named America's murder capital for the 13th consecutive year.
Wow.
Democrat leaders are now being called out for demonizing police and touting a declining crime rate despite the concerns of residents from all across that city.
Wonderful.
Let's bring in Raymond Lopez, Democratic Chicago alderman. Your city, unfortunately, is the murder capital. Raymond, why?
You know, the reason is simple, John. We have a political elite that is in love with criminality, that encourages criminal behavior, pushes down our police officers, demonizes their work on a daily basis, and elevates the perpetrators of crime as the victims of society themselves. And
you know what? Criminals love it when you excuse their behavior as being behavior put out by victims of unfairness in the world. That way they get light sentences and they can keep being criminals.
You see this playing out over at Harvard. They're creating a bunch of students and from these elite institutions. And what's happening is that they're getting into society and they're pushing a woke agenda between the oppressors and the oppressed. And that if you're an oppressed class, you can do whatever you want because the oppressors did it to you. If you want to steal from Dick's Sporting Goods or Foot Locker or wherever, guess what? You should be able to because you're an oppressed class. That's what's coming out of these elite institutions. Isn't that crazy? No, they broke the law. They should be held accountable. Oh, but there's white privilege, so they have to buy, because there's white privilege, black people have to go to Foot Locker and steal Nike shoes. Why? Why? Crazy. It's crazy. People need to push back on this. I'll tell you, there's some serious problems with certain groups of people in American society. And to call a spade, a big part of it is the black community.
Care about criminal justice reform. They sure do. And they want the same things these progressive leaders want. They don't want to see anybody in jail. They have constant excuses for why they might be doing things that are wrong, none of which have to do with people's behavior or a lack of consequences, that's for sure. And you know, one of the issues in these progressive cities isn't just that they refuse to lock up criminals, it's that when a criminal gets caught doing something terrible and they go before a judge and it's time for the law to come down on them, half of what they did ends up getting dismissed, which means it never happened. And if you've got violent criminals running around with unlicensed items that they're not supposed to have, and then they get caught with that stuff and they go before a judge and those charges get dismissed for some reason and they get hit with some misdemeanor, some lesser offense, they're back out on the street. They've just gotten away with something heinous. The city's not any safer, but the crime stats, oh, they look better because, oh, this guy is just a misdemeanor, no big deal. Boys will be boys. That's the attitude.
Right now, the disregard for human life is so high in the city of Chicago that you can literally have a group of 100 teens enjoying a warm day and almost expect at least 2 or 3 to be. And many of our politicians, like Brandon Johnson and others, continue to make excuses, continue to rationalize this behavior as opposed to hold them and their parents accountable for what's going on.
You know, this is. You still think that they should get Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid?
No problem. If the leaders of a city are going to come out and say that the criminals are victims and that they need to be protected and that they need second chances, if that's what's going to happen and people are never, ever, ever in trouble for what they do, why would they stop if they're criminals? These aren't people that are learning lessons with no accountability. That's what we're looking at here in Chicago. We're seeing it also in New York. We're seeing it in LA, all these progressive sanctuary cities. It's the same thing from top to bottom.
Last year, Chicago had 573 murders down. Okay, but I want to compare that to the city of New York that is almost 2/3 the size of Chicago, 337 murders. So you had 573 murders in the city of Chicago, and you're 1/3 the size.
That's the lowest amount in 5 years under my leadership.
When I hear your answer, no one in this room should be surprised that your approval rating is 6.6%.
The mayor seemed. The mayor seemed.
Yeah, how can your approval rating be so bad if the crime stats are so great? If it's the safest Chicago's ever been, how can the mayor be taking heat for that? That doesn't add up. That's where the disconnect with reality is. The same thing's happening here in New York. We've got a mayor with pretty low approval, and our leaders keep telling us how safe this city is. People don't believe it. People aren't stupid. People live their lives every single day, and they exist in a sea of crime that they're told is all in their head, that they're told is a figment of their imagination that's not really out there, because every time some gang member with loaded weapons shows up before a judge, dismiss that, give him a desk appearance ticket, and hopefully we never see this guy again.
Acknowledging the 6.6% approval rating was probably the only truthful thing that happened at that hearing, because even in that instance, the mayor was deflecting. He was lying, because the reason that the numbers are down in his estimation is because they've been able to use jurisdictional overlap to try and negate even more numbers being added to our totals. If it happened on an expressway or a county road, then they don't count in the city of Chicago, even if it happened within our borders. But what I do know is this, is that people aren't calling 911 anymore. People are afraid. Police are unable to do their job because of cancellation of gunshot detection technology and other things. We know that the perception of the violence of the city of Chicago is real.
So Chicago, they're not only playing games with how they record crimes, they've also disabled their gunshot technology system, which would help police pinpoint the location of something that could be very dangerous, get there quickly, and possibly save lives. They're doing everything they can to lift up the rug and sweep all the crime in this city underneath it. But you can't do that forever before the rug becomes impossible to walk on and people start falling down until the whole place ends up falling down on top of itself and collapses. And that's what we're seeing here. You've got every type of criminal on the planet who wants to do something wrong, looking at cities like this saying, you know what, that's a good idea. I'm going to go there. I'm not going to go to a place, a red state like Florida, where they've got jails that they plan to put me in. I'm not going to go to those places. I'm going to leave places like that and go somewhere where the leadership is gonna protect me, where all my friends are, where my friends are telling me, hey man, get rid of all kinds of stuff here, you should come out here. Criminal empires love progressivism. It feeds what they do, and I happen to think that's a pretty big problem. But what do you think? Thanks for watching. See you in the next video.
So taking that and coupling it with the idea that should we really have social programs out there for these types of criminals? They can draw down on, if they're not caught and, and they get older, they can draw down on their Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid, right? Should we have these programs for these types of people? Absolutely not. We need to strengthen the 3 pillars: God, country, and family. This is very important. But the thing is that, there's certain subcultures of society that are just pieces of shit. And they'll always be pieces of shit. I saw a lot of this in Detroit, back in the 80s. And it's, now it's happening in New York, it's happening in Chicago. It's just gotta push back and basically say, pull up your pants, brush your teeth, and make sure you make your bed. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lodges and the drops. Very important. You be prepared for the fall and the winter season here. All right. I'm telling you, it's coming to America. All right. So the moment you have that irritation, mitigate it right away by taking the drops and the lozenges. Now, the drops you can get in 100 count. You can get it in blueberry, cherry flavor, and lemon, honey and lemon. You can get the lozenges in a 21 count. The lozenges are bigger than the drops in elderberry zinc. I have in stock. Get a few bags for your household. Have some at work and at home. The moment you have that irritation, take it right away, especially this fall and winter season. Trust me on this. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I'll walk you through and help you through and navigate through the problem. But be prepared. You have to be prepared. If you don't catch it right away, you got a problem. Magnesium and zinc boost up that immune system. Hint, hint. You're gonna need to boost up your immune system. Magnesium and zinc. Magnesium and zinc helps with the immune system, and magnesium helps with brain function. Vitamin C and magnesium helps with the immune system, skin, and brain function. Stack them together, get the max benefit. Very important stack. Another great stack is Clarity Factor and olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract helps with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Brings down inflammation. Helps you to control your lipid profile. And Clarity Factor helps with brain function. It's going to help you to consolidate memory and to strengthen memory. It'll get rid of brain fog. And by taking it every day, what you're going to notice is that you're thinking faster, you don't have the brain fog, your memory is better, and you're improving your neuroplasticity. The dendritic connections between neurons will improve. You're creating a microenvironment. Now, to improve that even further, make sure you drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, and to do the cardio to get the better blood flow to the brain. It'll create that microenvironment that allows for the positive neuroplasticity. Clarity Factor also stacks really well with C60, ubiquinol, NAD+. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the olive leaf extract and the Clarity Factor. And since we were talking about those other 2 neurostacks, ubiquinol and NAD+. Ubiquinol is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more energy in your cells, including your neurons. And ubiquinol is neuroprotective. Super important to take ubiquinol if you're 40 years of age or older. Protect those neurons. NAD+ is a supplement that boosts up your NAD+ levels. That increases your energy. NAD+ also helps to repair DNA damage. And NAD+ helps to protect neurons. Stack it with ubiquinol to get the max benefit. And again, this is a pretty powerful neurostack. Clarity Factor, ubiquinol, and NAD+. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great supplements that I offer. Use discount 5, all caps, discount the number 5. You get $5 off any order. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, now let's listen to this spectator.
Your business is crushing it, but unless they've got the right help desk software,
It's just won't stop.
your agents can get caught in a whirlpool of tickets.
I'm afraid this looks a little bit like a government which is flailing around and causing damage by flailing around in terms of some of the tax things that are being suggested.
Hello and welcome to Spectator TV. Let's talk about our cover piece this week, which is by the brilliant Michael Simmons, our economic editor, and it's called The Coming Crash, I should say. We've been talking about coming crashes for some time.
It's still coming.
So I'm delighted to be joined by Michael and Paul Johnson, who is Provost of Queen's College, Oxford. And Michael, I think before you wrote this piece, or after you wrote this piece, Labour they've wrong-footed you because they're going to charge national interest to landlords, which is going to solve all of Britain's economic problems.
Exactly.
And address the coming crash.
Well, I wouldn't say they've wrong-footed me. I think I address exactly this in the piece. I mean, fundamentally, the reason why some people think that a crash is coming is because our fiscal position is totally unsustainable. As Paul has outlined in his former role as head of the Institute for Fiscal Studies. Essentially, we just do not bring in enough revenue for all the things we spend, hence why we've got into this debt problem. And one of the people I interviewed for the piece is somebody that used to be a Treasury official. And
this is happening with the UK. This is the canary in the coal mine. The United States is going to have something similar that happens downstream. People need to pay attention. Social programs are going to have to be cut.
Said that they thought Rachel Reeves would muddle through this next budget because Torsten Bell, who she's sort of appointed to kind of help put together the economic side of that budget, would be able to find her some revenue raisers. And as you point out, the story today that apparently she's going to go for this national insurance on the rent income from landlords. But as I sort of go on to describe in the piece, there's problems with that. I mean, not least because, our viewers will easily be able to guess who is going to end up paying that cost, and it won't be landlords. But secondly, and the person I spoke to from the Treasury made this point, that she's only going to be able to come for all these revenue grabs once, unless she's prepared to do something major on tax, so on the basic rate of income tax, or if she's never going to do this, but unless she was to seriously cut the size of the state, then she might delay the crash or the fiscal crisis for another year or so, but she's not going to be able to pull these wheezes time and time again. And even if she does buy more time by raising, tax on landlords here or tax on businesses there, she's going to make it, it's going to be harder and harder because each of these taxes are going to slow down growth in the economy. And then eventually you may get to a point where you're putting taxes up so much, but you're actually not bringing in any more revenue. So I'm not sure really that they've wrong-footed me.
Paul, what do you think about this? Because it seems to me as though every budget, every time there's a major economic announcement from any chancellor, if it's successful, it feels like pulling a rabbit out of a hat or sort of patching something together, putting a sticking plaster on a gaping wound, whatever cliche you want to use. And the reason is because, as Michael suggests, there is something very structurally wrong with the British economy that no chancellor, no government is willing to address.
Yeah, well, we've got a long-term problem, which is that since the financial crisis, which is now 15 years ago, the economy has barely grown, and certainly people's incomes have barely grown. Meanwhile, spending has increased, particularly post-COVID. We had a sharp increase in spending, which has not gone back down. So the state today is about £150 billion bigger in real terms than it was back in 2019. And that looks like it's here to stay. Certainly there's nothing in the plans which suggests that spending is going to fall with a fraction of national income. Meanwhile, taxes, despite the fact that they're at the highest level ever, are nowhere near covering all of that spending. You've got a government that came in promising not to increase any of the major taxes, and a fiscal situation in which we are currently barely meeting the very loose fiscal rules that this government has set. Now, the question for the budget in the short run, the tactical question, will be what does the Office of Budget Responsibility say about what's going to happen over the next 4 or 5 years? And we don't know the answer to that question. And they may say, actually, to meet your fiscal rules, you need to do a little bit. Or they may say, to meet your fiscal rules, you need to do really quite a lot. Now, in that first case, you can always find 10 or 20 billion quid behind the sofa. If, on the other hand, you're looking for 30, 40, 50 billion to meet those rules, then you're going to have to start doing something really very serious with tax. And probably, frankly, I think it's quite hard to see how you would raise 40 or 50 billion without breaking some of those manifesto promises on income tax, national insurance, and so on. But even if we do muddle through this year without having to do very much, then because we are sailing so close to the wind on those fiscal rules, the speculation will be here next year before the budget in 2026. Because, what will the OBR do now? Will we need to get an extra 10 or 20 billion to meet the fiscal rules? We're in a very difficult position, both in the long run, because of low growth and demographic change, but in the short run, because back in the budget last autumn, the Chancellor deliberately gave herself almost no room for manoeuvre, and she knew then that if things went even slightly awry in the public finances and the economy, then she would have to come back again.
Michael, you start your piece by referring to Tennessee in 1976, cap in hand to the IMF. Is this just a bit of a Tory sort of agitprop? Because the Tories want it to be the 1970s again. They want to come out of their own crisis, political crisis, by establishing that Labour can't be trusted with the economy. And yes, the Tories are the people you need to trust with the economy.
Well, it's certainly, I think you correctly identified what the Tory strategy is, right? I mean, nobody's listening to the Conservatives on almost any other policy issue right now. And they want to present themselves as the party that's prepared to tell fiscal hard truths, and as their only strategy sort of for survival. And I think on the IMF point, though, it's fair to say the people that have made these comments suggesting we might be in a bailout are not people that are, signed card-carrying members of the Tory party. I mean, I think the person that initially made the comments was the director of the National Institute of Economic and Social Research, which is very much, it's not a Tory think tank. So serious people, have been suggesting that, and obviously the Tories have jumped on the bandwagon with that. I think there are problems with that as a conservative strategy going into the next election, not least because one of the main problems why we're in such an unaffordable position is the triple lock on pensions, which of course is a conservative policy. And the point I keep putting to conservative shadow ministers is how can you really, if you ask them if they're serious about cutting the state so that we can get into a healthier fiscal position, as they say they are, surely that means going after the pensioners as well. And the answer comes back from the leader, Kenny Badenoch, that our focus is on working age benefits. Now, that's obviously a huge problem as well, and I would welcome working age benefit bill being cut. But if you're not going to touch pensioners at all, then I don't think you're going to get anywhere near close to solving this problem. So I feel like if the Tories really are going to take this as their strategy, they should do it fully and properly and go all in, or not bother at all.
Are you suggesting that Kenny Badenoch doesn't have a very firm grasp of economics?
Yeah, you might want to put it like that. I think it's perhaps more cynical than that, in that they're trying to do two things at once, right? They're following that electoral rule of never take anything away from the pensioners because they're the only ones that bother to vote, but also will try and be fiscally responsible. Well, they're going to find out that that's not possible. They're not going to be able to do both.
Paul, as Michael says in his piece, one of the big stories of recent days has been that British gilt yields are now higher. 30, is it the 30-year? The gilt year is now. It's the US one is more attractive to investors now. And what I find surprising about that is how long it's taken for buyers of debt to think that the US is a safer bet than Britain, because as we've been discussing, Britain's had structural deficit debt problems for a long time.
Well, the US has got serious structural debt problems. A lot of, as we say, uncertainty and incoherence over its economic policy, but it's obviously a continental-sized economy, and the world central bank, effectively. So it's a very different kind of economy. The reason I think that the rate in the UK is at high levels at the moment is for exactly the reasons that we've been talking about. We have a persistently high deficit. We've got a very high debt, and it has become evident that this government, like the last one, just can't cut some of the things that we've been talking about. If you can't make a small cut to pensioner fuel allowances, and you can't slightly slow the increase in the rate of growth of disability benefit payments, then it looks like you can't do very much. We've had a spending review, which is fixed spending for the next 2 or 3 years, and we're coming up to a budget where the government is really hemmed in terms of the tax changes it can make. And the tax changes it can make if it wants money. A lot of the things that we've seen, all these kites that are being flown, lots of things on housing taxation. Well, we do need to change housing taxation, but my goodness, let's put capital gains tax on big properties. Let's slam landlords some more. This isn't a way to think about it. Let's think about what we should be doing with stamp duty. Let's think about what we should be doing with council tax. Let's think about how we can change the relationship between rent.
Why not just reduce social programs? Cut the NIH. Cut the dole.
And own occupation, which is currently vastly favourable to own occupation relative to renting, rather than.
This is a classic example where socialism fails and Keynesian economics fails. And unfortunately, a big part of academia is promoting Keynesian economics and monetary policy and progressive socialistic initiatives. So the elite, the educated elite, know better, but they just basically broke the family car.
That's just one example. And we've had yet again speculation about changing the taxation of pension, which caused all sorts of damage in the run-up to the last budget, and will cause all sorts of damage in the run-up to this budget. So I'm afraid this looks a little bit like a government which is flailing around and causing damage by flailing around in terms of some of the tax things that are being suggested, because it doesn't have a clear view of where it wants to go or how it wants to get there.
And it looks a little bit, to me anyway, as though, sticking with you, Paul, that when Labour are feeling panicked about the economy, Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer will discuss something, they'll have a meeting, and they'll come out and they will double down. I think this is what's going on with the landlords this week. They will double down on what Tories would call the politics of envy. They would double down on this idea that we're going to be bold enough to go after people that we regard as privileged or comfortable. And that's not necessarily a sensible economic strategy.
Yeah, as I say, the taxation of housing is a complicated beast. It's really important we get it right. We can't be got it disastrously wrong.
You got to go after the uber wealthy and cut their ability to affect policy. Second, you have to cut the social programs. Thank you for asking.
We massively undertax people who live in big houses, and we massively overtax people who buy big houses, which is just the worst of all possible worlds in many ways. So it certainly needs sorting out. But simply pouring more tax on landlords has actually happened in last budget, when stamp duty, unbelievably, on landlords was increased. As you suggested earlier on, will it have the result of increasing rents, because there'll be a reduced supply in the end of housing for rent. So it's really important to get these right. Now, it's also worth saying in terms of getting tax from better off people that the last Conservative government was the most socialist government we've seen in decades in terms of how it changed that. It really massively increased taxes on high earners and actually cut taxes on direct taxes on people on average kind of earnings. Now, you won't hear either the Conservatives or the Labour Party saying that because it's clearly not in their interest to do so, but that's what's happened. And again, I think this is related to the political difficulty of actually increasing taxes on people on average earnings for very obvious reasons, given they haven't had a pay rise for 15 or 20 years. So you can see where the politics of this are going. But the economics, it's really quite hard, I think, to argue we get very significant additional revenues in an economically undamaging way from high earners, certainly.
Well, Michael, you suggest that in your piece that actually perhaps the most sensible thing for Labour to do would be to break their pledge not to raise income tax and raise it on, even just a small amount, on middle earners, which would bring a very substantial amount of revenue. But as Paul suggests, that is very politically difficult, particularly, and not just politically difficult, I mean, economically difficult for the middle classes who have seen a lot of their earnings, income eaten away by inflation in recent years, who are not feeling as though they are well off.
Yeah, I think the problem is, my view is a serious tax rise and proper austerity to the state is inevitable when the crash comes. And I guess the gamble is if you think that markets will keep lending to us at rates that we can just about afford for a few more years, then obviously you don't do that before the election because you've promised not to. But if you think that potentially it's going to blow up next year or even in 2027, 2028, and then you're forced to go, to do something on those major free taxes.
And if they default on their debt, it's going to radically bring up yields, and other bond vigilantes are going to look at similar situations with other countries like France, maybe even the United States. And there's going to be a contagion that takes place. So the next Lehman could be the actual sovereign bond market. This debt cliff. People need to realize what is it? I mean, think about it. You have social programs that you can't afford, so you get taxed more, so you can be able to pay for those social programs. And you have economy faltering because you don't have enough money to spend. Because you're strapped because of higher taxes. The central bank creates more money, there's inflation. And it's a downward spiral. Isn't it better to just get rid of the social programs? But it's not just the middle class and poor that you affect in this policy. You have to affect the uber wealthy. Because that's where the problem is. There's two pieces to this. It's the uber wealthy and the social programs. Government has to shrink.
You've ruled out touching. Surely it's better to do that, earlier rather than later, because if you do it now, maybe you start to get things back on track. Some of your other policies on house building, etc., maybe get you, if you're lucky, a bit of economic growth. And then when you get closer to the election, you can do some giveaways potentially. And then if you're lucky, you've got a chance of surviving in 2029. I think if we just tinker around the edges with these smaller taxes that we've been discussing, then things get worse and worse. And it's not unimaginable that a year out from the election, things are so bad that whoever's the chancellor then, whether it's Rachel Reeves or whether she's been reshuffled out, is putting income tax up within 12 months of an election. And good luck getting.
This is increasing the chances of a revolution. And that revolution isn't going to be an American revolution. That revolution is going to be reminiscent of the aristocracy being decapitated, just like in the French Revolution. So it's either society continues on to be prosperous by saying we have to do away with the social programs, we have to tax the uber wealthy, or you fall off the cliff because the society is over indebted, and it will lead to social unrest. And social unrest, in this case, is going to lead to a revolution. And then you add in all of these other problems, the crime and the illegal immigration and the disruption of the social contract and the social cohesion. Something big is going to come. Something big.
Re-elected after you've done that. So I think politically it would make sense to do it now, but I mean, they're not going to.
Paul, finally, it's the situation so bad. We've been reading a lot this year about the highest earners and millionaires and so on fleeing Britain, which of course is disastrous for tax intake. Is that just going to keep spiralling as Britain tries to address its crisis? We are going to become less and less attractive for well-off people and people who are able to contribute large amounts to the exchequer.
Yeah, I mean, I think we shouldn't overdo the immediate doom, and I don't think we are. We're going to get some kind of vast crash or an inability to sell our debt, or indeed, and I thought this idea that we're going to have to go to the IMF and we're repeating 1976. That's not where we are at the moment. I mean, that's not. I mean, apart from anything else, I mean, who the hell, where the hell's the IMF going to get money from? But that's not the world we're in. The world that we're in is a sort of longer term stagnation where we will, I think, stagger from pillar to post, paying more than we should, more than virtually any other country on our in terms of debt, interest, which is making it very difficult to manage public finances because that leaves little money left for things we actually want to spend on. We've got a political stagnation. I don't think we've got to have one big crash. What I think we're going to have is a period of more stagnation and more political difficulty. In terms of the millionaires leaving, I think the most recent official figures show that whilst there certainly are some leaving, it isn't more than was projected as a result of, for example, the changes to the non-dom rules. It was always projected that some people would leave as a result of that, and indeed they have. But that was pretty much factored into the decisions when they were taken both by the last Conservative government and by the current government.
Your argument, Michael, to that is that perhaps we're not going to have a coming crash, but that we maybe need one.
Yeah, well, for exactly the point that Paul's made there. I mean, I think nobody would say that Britain is, a happy place if you're a young person and thinking about your future, about coming on in life in terms of your chances to get serious pay growth, your chances to get on the housing ladder. Now, there's many reasons why our economy is stagnating, but I think our unsustainable fiscal position is a big part of that. It's certainly why the government can't really do, serious investments in parts of the economy. And I think the worst case scenario is that you outline, is that a crash never comes. Politicians are not forced to confront the fact that Britain just doesn't really add up. And then we just continue like this, and 20 years of stagnant wages turns into 30, turns into 40, turns into 50. And I mean, maybe that's okay, but wouldn't you rather be in a country where things are, seriously getting better decade after decade? And I think some kind of crash where the government had to have a serious conversation with the public, because this is not just on politicians, it's also on what voters want from their state, to force us all to have a conversation about what the state does for us and what we have to do for ourselves, to then realign things so that we can, restart the economy, get growth properly going, would be better than just avoiding it and stagnating for decades.
At the risk of sounding horribly ignorant, isn't that what Liz Truss would have done for us?
I mean, yes, if it had worked, but I mean, Liz Truss, whilst trying to do the kind of opposite policies to the current government, was still had the exact same problem, right? That you are trying to you've got so much you're doing on spending, and without the revenue to pay for it, and you say, oh fine, well I'm going to these debt markets that that increasingly are going to charge you a heck of a premium to pay for it. Now, maybe if Liz Truss had got through it, and by the way, it wasn't just down to the way Liz Truss did her budget. There was issues with the Bank of England and the LDI crisis, etc., that we've talked about on Spectator TV before. Now, maybe if she had got through that, she would have then done some serious shrinking of the state and realigned things. But the fact is, that wasn't allowed to happen because of how perilous things are, which I think is why you have to have a serious conversation with the public about this. But that's not going to happen unless the crash forces basically all parties to align. Because I think ultimately the Tory strategy that we started the show by talking about won't work, because who's going to vote for the party that says we can't afford to do things anymore, so we're going to have a ton of austerity, while Nigel Farage and Keir Starmer are saying, oh, but don't worry, we'll pay for XYZ.
That's a very good point. And I'm sorry to both of you for bringing out Liz Truss here. I think we've discussed the mini budget far too much on Spectator TV over the years. But thank you.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Collagen is a dual-purpose supplement. This is a month's supply as a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, milk. It's a great way to get healthy. Now, what it does is it'll help with your skin, help with your nails and your hair, help with your cartilage, your joint health, musculature, and bone density. So take it every day. It's dual purpose. Now, also, it's important to detoxify your body. You can detoxify your body by taking zeolite. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, including PFAS. And what this will do is bind and allow you to urinate them out within about 6 to 8 hours. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. Stay away from processed foods. Make sure you drink filtered water. And clean your environment in your home and get rid of chemicals that you may be exposed to if you don't need them. If you do have chemicals around your house that you need, put them in a double-layered container. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the zeolite, and detoxify your body. Super important. Good night formula. Good night formula is going to allow you to get into 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep a night. What that will do is help to detoxify your central nervous system, help to consolidate memory, and you'll be well rested. By having a good sleep regularly, you're going to slow down the aging process. Chronic sleep deprivation can lead to early onset of dementia. This has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. These are the ingredients that are really important for you to get into deep sleep so you can slow down the aging process. So go to my store and get the Good Night formula. And lastly, take the stack for cardiovascular and for immune boosting. Turmeric is an antioxidant. It's going to bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines. So by bringing down inflammation, chronic inflammation, you bring that down, you're helping your immune system and you're helping your cardiovascular system. By bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're preventing plaque buildup. Ashwagandha root helps to bring down cortisol levels and bring down blood glucose levels. Super important for your vascular system and for your immune system. Lignans is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It brings down inflammation. It helps your immune system and your endocrine system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. By stacking these together, you get a max benefit by bringing down that inflammation, soaking up free radicals, helping that cardiovascular system and your immune system. So please go to my store, get the lignans, turmeric, and the ashwagandha. Use discount 5 on any order, and you get $5 off. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's go to the tariff ruling that took place on Friday.
Are you a consultant, coach, or professional who wants to attract clients, secure speaking gigs, or grow your revenue? Since you've already built a wealth of knowledge.
A federal appeals court ruling most of President Trump's reciprocal tariffs are illegal, claiming he exceeded his emergency powers to rewrite trade policy.
The administration now looking to appeal the decision.
Joining us now, U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So my understanding is the way the court looked at this is that that in terms of the reciprocal tariffs, they had a problem with that, but they don't have a problem with national security tariff. So what prevents President Trump from just rewriting the purpose of all of the reciprocal tariffs as being national security tariffs?
Well, thanks for having me on. And I think the key here is that the emergency that we're looking at are all the conditions arising from having this massive trade deficit of $1.2 trillion in goods with the rest of the world. And so the legal authority that was used in this instance really is the best legal authority available for this. And listen, we had 4 judges on that court agree with a large part of President Trump's approach. So this is not over. All the tariffs are still in effect. And this clearly is the best and most flexible tool for the president to use for his reciprocal tariffs.
Mr. Green, why don't you talk to us about the impact if this ruling is upheld for whatever reason? I know you guys are appealing this, and there's probably a lot of ways that the president's going to try and get around this and keep his tariffs in. But how bad will it be for America if we don't have tariffs?
Well, it would be disastrous. Remember that over President Biden's presidency, the trade deficit increased by 40%. It was already enormous, and it increased to $1.2 trillion, which means manufacturing jobs overseas, importing food from overseas. The imbalance is just unsustainable. So if we lose the program, it makes it very, very difficult to fix that problem. On top of that, we've negotiated a number of great trade companies premised on the existence of these tariffs. We just released a statement last week with the EU, giving a lot more detail on that. They've already moved to implement tariff reductions. We're going to move to implement adjustments as well. So this whole system that the president has set up would come under jeopardy.
Does this court ruling kind of mean that we're probably not going to see any more deals between now and the ruling from the Supreme Court?
To work very closely with us on negotiation. As I described to the minister yesterday morning on the phone, we see this as a hiccup more than anything. Obviously, we take it seriously, but we're very confident in the legality and the necessity of these tariffs.
One of the things that I think President Trump touted the most, or at least pounded the pavement on the most during the election, was the idea that energy is kind of the source to all evils and the source to all recovery with our economy. If we look at just gas prices at the pump being an indicator of where our energy is since President Trump, I mean, look, this really tells the story of 2 presidents. I mean, you're talking about $2.22 in 2020, even lower in 2021 than the rest of Biden's presidency. And now we are in President Trump, and it's at least 10 cents a gallon cheaper at this time than it was last year. It looks like it's heading in the right direction. Is it President Trump's policies that are doing that?
100%. Remember, the trade policy is just one pillar of the broader economic policy. When the gas prices are low for consumers, it also means that they're getting lower for our manufacturers and companies that make in America, and that makes us much more competitive. We just had GDP revised upward again to 3.3% for the second quarter. Blue-collar wages are up 1.4% over this time last year. So everything that was intended for this economic policy to get working class wages up and to get inflation down, all of that's working.
Let me just go back to the tariffs for a second here. How does that, I mean, you've been negotiating all these deals with all these different countries. How does this ruling, this situation impact your leverage with these countries at this moment?
Okay. So again, well, listen, obviously we have to have these tariffs in place, but these countries know that tariffs are now part of the landscape. As I think was mentioned earlier, we have a large variety of national security tariffs that remain in place without any question. We have a number of tariffs on China from the first term that have been challenged in court and have withstood challenge every time. We have a variety of other tools as well. All these countries know that we have to rebalance, that we have to have a situation where the United States is exporting more, consuming more stuff we make here in America. And that's why people are moving forward with their deals, regardless of what this court may say in the interim.
It's a good point. It's a jobs program for Americans as well.
Yeah, we have to move, but has President Trump managed to move the political ball as well within Congress that to his, to your line of thinking that these tariffs really are good for the U.S. economy?
Yes, we have. Congress has seen the revenue that has come in That's not the main purpose of these tariffs, but obviously that's a byproduct. So they value that, and also they see that we're manufacturing more. Investment is coming here. People recognize this, and we even have folks from the other side of the aisle even saying that we need to have tariffs too.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much. I'm Steve Juicy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews.
Now, my last episode, I was going into detail about my perspective in changing perspective of Kissinger in the light of where the society is at in the United States and how the geopolitical arena has evolved. So we're going to play a video that was actually recorded in I believe it was recorded in 2022. Yeah, in 2022. And it's Kissinger's perspective of where we are in a new era, okay? But before I do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the nattokinase. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic. It's going to break up clots. Also, nattokinase helps to improve your lipid profile. By improving your lipid profile, you're reducing plaque buildup. So nattokinase taking every day is really important. And actually, nattokinase is stackable with other types of supplements like omega-3 and also K2 and D3. Now, K2 will help with your cardiovascular health and your bone density. You stack it with D3. You do resistance training, taking calcium either through milk or through a supplement, and that resistance training is going to help build muscle and also help to build bone density. All right, so by taking the K2 and the D3 with that resistance training, you're getting a better skeletal muscle structure and denser bone. Super important. Now, by taking the K2, the D3, it'll also help to pull some of that calcium depositing around plaque formation and reduce calcium depositing. So that's going to help with the cardiovascular system. And you stack nattokinase together, and that is supercharging the stack for cardiovascular health. So you benefit by taking nattokinase, K2, MK7 molecule, and the D3 together. Do resistance training, and you're helping your cardiovascular health and your bone density. And you'll also get improved musculature. Now, gladiator barley. This will help to build muscle. It's a powder. It's a high density protein. It's a month supply. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, smoothie, or with milk, right? Now, when you do this, take this every day. Do resistance training. This stacks well with Myotrol. It can stack well with to help with musculature and bone density. You can stack this with the D3 and the K2, but this works really well with Boomer Boost and Myotrol. Myotrol will help with the gene expression to build muscle. Well, gladiator barley is going to be the protein that's the building blocks for the muscle. This will also detoxify your body. So you're detoxifying your body every day. You're bringing down inflammation. And by bringing down inflammation, you're helping your immune system. You're helping your endocrine system. You're helping your vascular system. You're helping with brain function. It also soaks up free radicals. And by soaking up free radicals, you're slowing down the aging process and improving tissue health. So gladiator barley is dual purpose. And it's stackable. So please go to my store and get the gladiator barley, do the resistance training, detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, soak up those free radicals, and you'll also notice that you are recovering quicker during your workout. So it's a powerful supplement. Go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Get the gladiator barley. All right, let's play Kissinger here, being interviewed by FT, Financial Times.
The Kennedy Center, where I've just spoken to Dr. Henry Kissinger about the war in Ukraine, the prospects of it going nuclear, how that compares with the Cold War, which of course is his era, how China is viewing the situation between NATO and Russia, and the prospect of a divided world between China and Russia on the one side and the West on the other. Are we in a new Cold War with China?
At the time that we opened to China, Russia was the principal enemy. But our relations with China were about as bad as they could be, because we had fought the Korean War against them. Our view in opening to China was that it was unwise when you have two enemies that you treat them exactly alike, and that you should at least provide an opportunity for whatever differences might appear between them, or for whatever the international situation might produce of different attitudes, to provide a possibility for that. And so this is why, in a tortuous way, we approached China. What produced the opening was the tension that had developed autonomously between Russia and China, and which had an expression in border issues, which we were so convinced that the Chinese were the more ideologically committed, that we at first thought the incidents had been started by the Chinese, but that was not true, that the Russians wanted to teach China a lesson. But Russia could not, Brezhnev could not conceive that China and the United States could get together. And Mao, despite all his ideological hostility to us, Mao was ready to begin conversation. It's not in principle. It is an alliance which is against Western interests. It's now established. But it does not look to me as if this is an intrinsically permanent relationship. It is geographically, demographically, 80% of the Russian population lives in the European part. Much of the Asian part of Russia, most of the Siberia was acquired recently, as history is measured, in the second half of the 19th century.
I take it from your answer just now that it would be in America's geopolitical interests to at least encourage more distance between Russia and China. And you touched on the great Siberian, the great empty space north of very densely populated China. I think you could also have mentioned the Belt and Road Initiative coming right through Russia's near abroad. There are neuralgias there, with Russia being a little brother, that are available to exploit, or is that wrong?
I think the geopolitical situation globally will undergo significant changes after the Ukraine war is over. And it is not natural for China and Russia to have identical interests on all foreseeable problems. I don't think we can generate possible disagreements, but I think circumstances, after the Ukraine war, Russia will have to reassess its relationship to Europe at a minimum, and its general attitude towards NATO, and so will America, and especially Europe, have to do when the lessons of this period sink in. And so I think it is unwise to take a adversarial position to two adversaries in a way that drives them together. And once we take aboard this principle in our relationships with Europe and in our internal discussions, I think history will provide opportunities in which we can apply the differential approach. That doesn't mean that either of them will become intimate friends of the West. It only means that on specific issues, as they arise, we leave open the option that a different approach, we are prepared to explore differences in approach in terms of our own relationship without discussing in the abstract what their relationship with each other would be, because that will be determined by their own interests and by their own domestic situation. But in view of general strategy in the period ahead of us, we should not lump Russia and China together as an integral element.
So, I mean, I take it, teasing out from your remarks, that the Biden administration's framing of its grand geopolitical challenge as being democracy versus autocracy. I'm picking up an implicit hint that you think that's the wrong framing?
I am not in agreement with stating an adversarial position as the basic element of the relationship. But of course, we have to be conscious of the differences of ideology and of interpretation that exist. But we should use this consciousness to apply it in our own analysis of the importance of issues as they arise, rather than making it the principal issue of confrontation, unless we are prepared to make regime changes the principal goals of our foreign policy, which I think, given the evolution of technology and the enormous destructiveness of weapons that now exist, may be imposed on us by the hostility of others, but we should avoid generating it with our own attitudes.
Okay, let's get into the specifics of today. You made your name, of course, in the 50s, studying nuclear theory and strategy, and then as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State in the 1970s. You have probably more experience than any person alive, of how to manage a standoff between two nuclear armed.
Before we continue on with Kissinger, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the gel. The gel, you can get it in a tube form or a quick dispenser. Have some at work or at home. Make sure that you're prepared for the fall and the winter season. It's a dual purpose product. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can use it as an aftershave. If you're not feeling well, you can put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. You can also put it on a wound to help heal the wound quicker. It's a very high quality product. Make sure you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need it. And I suspect that you're going to need it in the fall and the winter. Please go to my store and get the very high quality deodorant bars for males or females. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, has no aluminum or baking soda. Very high quality ingredients in these bars. It's a dual purpose. You use it as a deodorant and it'll help to detoxify your body. So please go to my store and get the very high quality deodorants.
Superpowers. You had a couple of DEFCON 3 or 2 moments. I can't remember which DEFCON level they were, but one was when the Soviets wanted to send peacekeeping troops into the Sinai Desert. Let's not get into that. But today's nuclear language, which is coming thick and fast from Putin, from people around Putin, where do you put that in the context of all the dangers we went through, Cuba Missile Crisis, near accidents in 1983, etc.? Where do you put today's nuclear language in terms of a threat we might be facing today?
Now in the technology, where the rapidity of its change, the subtlety of the invention can produce levels of catastrophe that were not even imaginable in the period that I was talking about.
This is very important to pay attention to because we have weapons of mass destruction now developed in the world. It's not just nuclear, but chemical, biological, and that you can tune it. Like in nuclear war, it's massive devastation and radiation, fallout, and continuation of that radiation, and cancers that develop. And so there's an aftershock. There's a long-term effect from the radiation, and the ones that did survive get radiation poisoning and cancers and whatnot. So you have that effect. But with biologics, biological warfare, you can tune it. You can tune it where you don't even know that you're sick. You can tune it where you can actually provide pathologies that don't happen until years after being infected, if you design it properly. Or you can have massive death right away. So you can dial it in. And then the barriers of entry are a lot lower than nuclear weapons. So biological warfare is crazy. Now, I'm going to start doing a series of shows about biological warfare using AI and how, so you can call it bio-AI warfare. But the idea here is that it's using AI to speed up the process and to allow for more precision with dialing in the lethality. Do you want to kill right away, or do you want to kill later in biologics? And it's doable now, not futuristic. This is now. This can happen. So the weapons of mass destruction are not just nuclear. And because the barriers of entry are so much lower, you can have rogue nations, rogue factions that actually do this. So what do? How do you prevent this? It's a lot harder to prevent biological warfare than it is nuclear warfare.
The aspect of the present situation is that the weapons are multiplying on both sides, and their sophistication is increasing literally with every year, and their range and automaticity and almost any other noun you want to attach to them. But there's almost no discussion that's internationally about what would happen if the weapons actually became used. So my appeal in general, in my discussions, on whatever side you are in these discussions, is to understand that we are now living in a totally new era, that we have gotten away as cultures up to now with neglecting that aspect. But as this technology is spread around the world, as it does inherently, diplomacy and war will need a different content. And that will be a challenge for the immediate future.
Now you've met, correct me if I'm wrong, but ballpark, you've met Vladimir Putin 20-25 times.
Yeah.
The Russian military nuclear doctrine is that they will respond with nuclear weapons or consider the use of nuclear weapons if they feel that the regime is under existential threat, that its existence. And of course, the word existential is in the eye of the beholder. Where do you think Putin's red line is in this situation?
I have met Putin as a student of international affairs about once a year for a period of maybe 15 years for purely academic and strategic discussions to try to learn its thinking and impart whatever thinking I had if he, as the conversation developed. I thought his basic convictions were a kind of mystic faith in Russian history as he conceived it, and that he felt offended in that sense, not by anything we did particularly at first, but simply by this huge gap that opened up between Europe and the East, when the security lines were moved from the Elbe towards some, at first, undefined future. And so he, as I understood it, was offended and threatened, and felt Russia was threatened by the absorption of this whole area into NATO. This does not excuse, and I would not have predicted, an attack of the magnitude of taking over a recognized country with which all kinds of non-military agreements existed. He miscalculated the situation he faced internationally, and he obviously miscalculated his Russia's capabilities to sustain such a major enterprise. And when the time for settlement comes, all parties will need to take that into consideration, that we are not going back to the previous relationship, but to a position for Russia that will be different as a result of this, and not because we demanded it, because they have produced it.
You say that Putin miscalculated, and arguably massively miscalculated, in his expectations of the military conquest of Ukraine and the reception he would get from Ukrainians. A lot of the nuclear theory and strategic theory you worked on assumes people have good information and that they can act rationally on their good information. Do you think he's now recalibrating, having miscalculated? Do you think he's getting good information? And if he isn't, what further miscalculations should we be preparing for?
In all these crises, one has to try to understand what the inner red line is for the opposite number. And if we had met 6 months ago, and I first, as I said, wouldn't have thought that he would start a war of that scale in Europe or anywhere. So the obvious question is, first of all, how long will this escalation continue? And how much scope does he have for further escalation? Or has he reached the limit of its capabilities? And he has to decide at what point escalating the war will strain its society to a point that will limit its fitness to conduct international policy as a great power in the future. I have no judgment when he will come to that point. The second level is when that point is reached. Will he escalate by moving into categories of weapons that in 70 years of their existence have never been used? Weapons in which nuclear countries accepted defeat from non-nuclear countries, like both Russia and we in Afghanistan, without resorting to weapons which, in a purely technical sense, could have ended the conflict. So if that line is crossed, that will be an extraordinarily significant event, because we have not thought through globally what the next dividing lines would be. And we have to think of how to react were it to happen. But one thing we could not do, in my opinion, is just accept it, because that would open a new method of blackmail.
I mean, you've met Xi Jinping many times too, and his predecessors. You know China well. What lessons is China drawing from this?
any Chinese leader now, or all Chinese leaders, would be reflecting how to avoid getting into the situation into which Putin got himself, and how to be in a position where in any crisis that might arise, they would not have a major part of the world turned against them. And the key decision America and China will have to make down the road, and not in any 1 month, is your first question. Is the relationship so adversarial that there is no hope of composing even parts of it, and therefore must every issue be dealt with in terms of relative position, and therefore it's the best hope of restraint, the self-restraint of leaders on both sides.
Thank you very much for joining us and for making the effort to come down here today. And I'm sure everyone else will join me in appreciation of your
My take on the new environment that we're going into, especially with this war that's in Europe, the potential war in the Pacific Theater, the wars that are in the Middle East, I'm very concerned about biologics and what I will call bio AI warfare. And it's almost as if we're at that time period that's similar to when Kissinger was starting to write about nuclear war in foreign policy back in the 50s. So you take a look at what was happening in the 50s, what happened in the 60s, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the problems that we had economically around the world with oil embargoes and all this stuff, right? The fall of the Berlin Wall, all these, I'm skipping a lot here, but all these major events, it was under the umbrella of a nuclear war damnation against superpowers. But what's starting to come up to the surface with low barriers of entry is this concept of bio AI warfare. And so we don't have a Kissinger out there to inform the public and to have proper foreign policy that stops this from manifesting into a biological holocaust. Instead of a nuclear holocaust, there can be a biological holocaust. And this may be even worse than nuclear weapons. So that's the reason why I'm really focused on like Cold War II right now, really focused on, are we in a hot war in World War III, and we're like, in just the first year of it? Are we moving into a new type of war of mass destruction and not really paying attention carefully? I think we are. And this is a reason why I'm so focused that there's something happening that people need to pay attention to, and that we don't have people in our government that are wise enough to have a grand strategic strategy to prevent it from happening. Okay, so with that, we're live streaming on YouTube and simulcasting on X Spaces I have a request for the mic, so I'm gonna let the person speak. Hello? You're on the air. Hello? I think you have to turn on your mic to allow you to speak, Lisa. Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you for requesting the mic.
To request, actually, I'm trying to send you a message
Really?
or something.
Okay, so what you,
Looking on the comments, but it's not coming up.
well, if you want to type it into the chat, you can.
I see where, yeah.
Or you can just tell me it on the speaker here if you want to. Or if it's.
You off there.
Okay, no problem. So I'll just take the mic back and then just type it into the chat. All right.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye. Okay. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take a look at the heirloom barley. The heirloom barley is similar to the gladiator barley, but it's more focused on detoxification, bringing down inflammation, and soaking up free radicals via superoxide dismutase. Now, taking this every day, it's a protein, it's a powdered protein, high density, very high quality, and by doing this every day, you're detoxifying your body, you're bringing down inflammation, you're helping your joint health, you're helping with your immune system and your endocrine system. You're helping with your vascular system by improving your control of inflammation. See, in the United States and in Western diets, people are overinflamed, not just psychologically, but physically. And by bringing down that inflammation, you're helping multiple systems. You're helping your immune system. You're helping your brain function. If you're overinflamed in your cerebral system, you're actually doing damage to your neurons. So you need to bring down inflammation, super important. And by bringing down pro-inflammatory cytokines, you're actually allowing your immune system to reboot, because when you're chronically inflamed, you're actually immunosuppressed. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the heirloom barley. It's really powerful stuff. If you want to also build muscle on top of it, take the gladiator barley. Both are very high quality products. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And let's listen into Al Jazeera, all right? Okay, now Al Jazeera did this video. Again, this is like a little bit going back in time about Kissinger, because I think it's important to understand Kissinger at different moments in his life. Those early days before Nixon, the Nixon years, and then post White House years, when he was more of a philosopher of foreign policy and a consultant. These are moments in time that give you a different perspective of this grand strategy. All right. Now, a lot of people didn't like him. Some people thought he was a war criminal. But the reality, like I said in the previous video, there was a grand strategy. You have to not look at just what happened in Cambodia or what happened in Chile. But what was the grand strategy? The grand strategy was prevent Soviet encroachment in other countries, especially in the Western Hemisphere, and prevent nuclear war. And if it meant overthrowing governments, you do it. That was his perspective. So if someone looks at, well, look about the bombing of Cambodia and they weren't in the war. Well, Cambodia was feeding the North Vietnamese, right? So, I mean, they were in terms of weapons and in terms of help. So they were part of the war. And then, so it's too easy to try to just view him as, oh, maybe he was a war criminal. Well, what was the grand strategy? if the grand strategy was to prevent nuclear war with the Soviet Union, perhaps he did the right thing. All right, so I think we have to kind of like look at Kissinger in a different light, because we don't have a Kissinger these days. We have too many of the people that are in our foreign policy, even in the Trump administration, they're just dumb. They're just dumb. And so I'm worried. I'm worried. Now, you have problems of nations with nuclear exchange, but also you have this added element that he didn't have to deal with, and that was tuning customized biowarfare. All right, let's listen into Al Jazeera. This was done a year ago. The world Henry Kissinger built.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we?
Al Jazeera podcast.
My wife came over to me running excitedly, waving her phone in my face to show me the notifications.
On November 29th, former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger died. And this is how journalist Spencer Ackerman topped the news.
And I thought about the ways in which it was likely his innumerable crimes would be whitewashed in the obituaries that were about to come.
Kissinger was the architect of U.S. policy during the Cold War.
Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Chile, East Timor, Bangladesh, Argentina, the Kurds. You can really go on.
And diplomatic breakthroughs. He's met Chinese leaders Mao Zedong, Xi Jinping, and everyone in between. Kissinger has been a giant of our world order for half a century. He was relied on by some of the most powerful men and women around the globe, and reviled by millions of others. So who was Henry Kissinger, and what is his legacy?
Now, it's important to realize sometimes when you make decisions, when you have strategies, and you're executing those strategies, you may be in a situation, and many times, that there's no good option. There are only bad options. And that you have to pick the least bad option. Now, keep that in mind as they continue, because it was too easy for people to try to demonize Henry Kissinger, but Henry Kissinger actually helped prevent us from glowing in the dark. And so there is a high probability that weapons of mass destruction are going to be used in some form, biologic, chemical, nuclear, whatever, in our lifetime, if we don't get a handle on a grand strategy, on preventing it from being used. Because according to the historians, we're already in Cold War II, and it probably has already flared up and could be defined as the beginnings of World War III once Ukraine happened. All right, so we're already maybe in year 3 of World War III. Now you got to remember, world wars don't just boom, it just happens and then everyone's fighting each other. It slowly starts to happen. It's not like just a flash pan and then just tons of kinetic activity. It slowly starts to boil up.
I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take.
So, you know, a lot of liberals, you know, they would gravitate to the idea, okay, Henry Kissinger, war criminal, Chile, Cambodia, blah, 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 right? But they never like go to the other end. It's like, well, what if Henry Kissinger wasn't there? Would we even be alive? Would the Cold War turn hot and go nuclear? See the thing? There's no good option here. It's easy to demonize when you're not a decision maker and you are at the table with only bad options. What would you do? If it meant overthrowing Chile to prevent the Soviet Union gaining control of South America, what would you do? If there was a system that they were developing in Chile called CyberSyn, and that allowed for top-down control by the government of the economy and ushered in communism, what would you do? Would you overthrow the government? Even though when you do overthrow the government, it would help multinational corporations like Ford Motor Company or Pepsi or the copper industry. What would you do? Would you allow for the Soviet Union to get into your backyard? Because if you did, if you picked that option, that would have been a worse option. See, it's easy to demonize, but when you're actually making the decision and you do the game theory, he actually did the better choice.
The obituaries that have rolled in for Henry Kissinger all highlight his personal story, his decades of public service, and his role as an elder statesman. Spencer's broke the mold, starting with the headline of his Rolling Stone piece.
The headline is Henry Kissinger, war criminal beloved by America's.
Think about it. Rolling Stone magazine. See? Progressive. People that are reading it probably don't know much about history, right? I mean, if you're really a student of history, are you going to get your historical lesson out of Rolling Stone magazine? Are you going to like read Foreign Affairs? See the point? Or the CFR? So I like, it's already primed for just progressives to demonize something. And what was happening in the 60s? There were protests about the Vietnam era. So this is a echo of that hippie movement of the baby boomers that were anti-war, especially in Vietnam. Now, I'm not saying Vietnam was a good thing to be in. The point I'm making is that what is happening with some of the people that make the comments in the mainstream media about Henry's death, Kissinger's death, Dr. Kissinger's death, they're coming from a hippie mentality. So it's already primed for not really seeing the bigger picture. Oh, let's just hug the tree and everything will be fine and let's not have any war. You think that's reality? That's not reality. Reality is a jungle where there's lions and tigers and there's predators and the prey. If you don't pay attention to the reality of the situation, you're going to be killed. But let's just hug a tree. Let's have no war. Peace and love. That's not reality.
The class finally dies. And that is what I think in a nutshell that history ought to remember about Henry Kissinger, and what, as importantly, it ought to remember about American elite reception to Kissinger.
So let's start with his rise to power.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill.
Now, all of you will want to hear from the new Secretary of State.
On September 22nd, 1973, President Richard Nixon announced his new Secretary of State.
There is no country in the world where it is conceivable that a man of my origins would be standing here next to the President of the United States.
Born Heinz Kissinger in Germany in 1923, he fled the Nazi government as a Jewish refugee. In 1938, he settled in the United States.
He joined the army during World War II, using his language skills and military intelligence. After the war, Kissinger earned a doctorate in political science at Harvard.
The degree proved fruitful. It was the Cold War, and in 1969, Kissinger joined the Nixon White House and began working on the war in Vietnam. And as Spencer says, the price of that war was immense.
Kissinger, in order to make sure that he benefited in 1968 in terms of getting a senior political appointment, spied on and ultimately sabotaged talks to end the war in Vietnam, a war that continued with thousands and thousands and thousands of deaths, which led directly to the secret and illegal bombings of Cambodia and Laos, all for power.
Cambodia and Laos bordered Vietnam. And Kissinger ended up overseeing.
That is such a simpleton analysis. And all you have to do to disprove what Rolling Stone magazine was writing at the time, this is done a year ago, right, is to listen to Kissinger actually being asked the question about Cambodia in the documentary called Kissinger. All right, I believe the actual documentary was done in 2023, but it's just called Kissinger. All right, it's about an hour and 30 some minutes long, and it goes into detail with that question. Now, what is interesting is that he says he doesn't talk too much detail about the overthrow in Chile. It looks as though this is part of a CIA thing, and that there was information that he knew that they did not want to have divulged in the documentary. Now, Kissinger knew a lot of stuff, all right? Stuff that to do the right thing in the long run, sometimes you have to do bad things in the short run. And that's exactly what happened in Chile, all right? And if you had cybernetics and a control of the of South America by countries that are aligned with the Soviet Union, it would have caused a lot of disruption. Now think about what Kissinger's trying to do. He's trying to prevent nuclear war. He's trying to prevent the expansionism of communism in the Western Hemisphere. And he's also trying to prevent that if the Soviet Union was successful, societies, other countries, and even within the country, because at the time you had a progressive, socialistic rumblings by the youth, by the baby boomers, when they were in their youth, that may gravitate to socialistic or communistic ideals. So if the Soviet Union failed in its expansionism, then it increased the probability of capitalism to be upheld and that a constitutional republic would be holding. But if the Soviet Union expanded and more societies became socialistic or communistic, then the probability of pockets within the United States at the local level becoming more socialistic, progressive, would start to take hold. You kind of start to see this already today. So that's what Kissinger was up against. So it was too simple. This is a comment by the Rolling Stone magazine author is too simplistic. And I'm nowhere near being a scholar of Kissinger or even a scholar of the Cold War of that time period. But it's too, like I said, progressives, it's too easy to demonize. It's too easy to demonize. Oh, you bombed Cambodia. But in the documentary, he says why they did it. Now, you got to remember, Nixon wanted to ramp down the war. That was the reason why he got into office. Because of the fiasco that Lyndon Johnson was in. Lyndon Johnson didn't run for a second term because of the fiasco in Vietnam. So Nixon was trying to find a way out. And Kissinger was trying to balance all these different pieces where you have expansionism from the Soviet Union in our backyard. And you also are, trying to create some sort of wedge between the Soviet Union and China. The whole strategy that Kissinger had with Mao was to actually pull China away from the Soviet Union, be more aligned with the United States, and potentially have China help with de-escalating the war in Vietnam. Now, did everything work out to plan? No. But that's the details of bad options on the table. There were no good options. And the thing is that when I was younger, I was more influenced by Christopher Hitchens on this subject matter. Because Christopher Hitchens was very pro war criminal of Kissinger. Kissinger was a war criminal because of Chile and because of the issue in Cambodia. Now, Christopher Hitchens is a well-known thinker, all right, of our time. But unfortunately, I don't think that he saw the grand strategy. Now, the sad thing was that Christopher Hitchens started as a Trotskyite, so he was already aligned when he was young to this idea of socialism. It was after 9/11 when he became more less socialistic, let's put it that way. All right, and more focused on a constitutional republic. But that was only after 9/11. So his writings in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, all right, were a big chunk of the grand strategy from Kissinger. And so he had the mindset that, Kissinger was against socialism. Kissinger had a strategy to bomb Cambodia for strategic reasons, and the overthrow of Chile through the CIA. And those were all against the Soviet Union advancement. So a lot of these people that are anti-Henry Kissinger, I don't think that they're looking at the grand strategy. They're just looking at pieces of it and just judging someone on one piece. But how do you know what the puzzle is, what it looks like, if you're only looking at like 2 or 3 pieces of a 500-piece puzzle?
Campaign to carpet bomb them.
During the Vietnam War, American planes dropped around 285 million cluster munitions on Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam.
Secret U.S. bombing of Cambodia that killed as many as 150,000 civilians that Kissinger authorized during the U.S. war in Vietnam.
It's been called a war crime.
What if there was a nuclear war? Now, let's say the grand strategy wasn't implemented or failed, and there was a nuclear detonation between the United States and Russia. How many people do you think would be killed then? See, it's not so easy when you look at what the other options were. Because there were talks to use nuclear weapons in Vietnam. There were talks to use nuclear weapons in the Korean War. There were talks about using nuclear weapons with Eisenhower to preempt any takeover of Taiwan. So Eisenhower was toying around with the idea of using nuclear weapons in China as a first strike. See how dangerous the world was at that time? But it's too easy to say, oh, drop millions of tons of bombs in Cambodia and it killed 150,000 people. How many millions did he save by preventing nuclear war?
Journalists like Spencer and others. And it's what Paul Ear remembers most.
I mean, you know, they say only the good die young. In this case, he obviously lasted 100 years.
Paul is Cambodian American and fled Cambodia's brutal dictatorship with his family when he was a baby. A dictatorship that U.S. Cold War policy enabled, known as the Khmer Rouge.
I'm a survivor of the Khmer Rouge, having escaped in '76, having had the opportunities that I've had to advance my education and career.
Today, he's a professor.
My 64-year-old friend was dependent on pills and awkward pumps for over 15 years, until I showed him the coffee trick that adult film actors use. Now he lasts 4 rounds every night and says his wife can't stop praising him in bed. A friend introduced me to this coffee ritual. In just 5 days, my performance changed entirely. By night 1, I wasn't failing again. By night 2, 4 rounds straight. Now I wake up hard as steel every morning. Johns Hopkins scientists studied this trick and confirmed it improves blood.
Today, he's a professor at the Thunderbird School of Management in Arizona, and he's learned a lot about Henry Kissinger's role since.
His involvement was far more hands-on than I knew at the time. You know, you think of these policymakers as, yeah, they write memos, but over time, having studied what, you know, how much he actually chose targets, it's clear that it was more than just policy making. It's an involvement that's unusual in its extent.
And so Paul says he would hate for history to be written in a way where Kissinger's legacy in Southeast Asia is forgotten.
You know, obviously, he will be idolized by those who see him as a titan of foreign policy, a genius who brought China to the United States and the United States to China, who served as Secretary of State for 8 years, as National Security Advisor, as the very man who gave us the phrase, there are no permanent friends or enemies, only interests, but who obviously had severe consequences on Cambodia, where I was born.
Over the years, there were calls from around the world for Kissinger to apologize for the bombing of Cambodia and
emotional, see the whole setup here? Emotional fallacy, not fully understanding the full strategic issue. Now, if you were a person, because this is really a philosophical question. Egoism versus utilitarianism. All right? Egoism, so with utilitarianism, let's use the utilitarianism aspect. Do you save millions of people in a strategy if it kills 100,000? Or do you try to save those 100,000 people only to have 1 million people die? What do you pick? And depending on what kind of philosophical what's your philosophical foundation depends on how you answer that question. Are you an egoist or are you a utilitarian? What do you do? It's not easy to answer.
He never did. This was him speaking about it decades later.
In my mind, I've heard that I think the word war criminal should not be thrown around in the domestic debate. It's a reflection on the people who use it.
He went on to compare the actions he sanctioned to the Obama administration's drone campaign in Pakistan.
Which I think is justified. And therefore, I believe that what was done in Cambodia was justified.
And it was a tactic that the U.S. continued to use as the war in Vietnam dragged on.
On Christmas Day 1972, the U.S. launched an air war on North Vietnam to convince Hanoi to resume peace talks.
The 1973 Paris Peace Accords followed. That marked the beginning of the end of the U.S. war in Vietnam. Kissinger was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, though
So
it
you got to
was
remember. You got to remember. The bombing of Cambodia, in the long run, actually helped to ramp down the war. So, what? Don't bomb Cambodia? Maybe we'd still be in the war in Vietnam. Is that the preferred option? I'm speaking on hyperbole here, but the here is the problem. When you have a situation where it's about a bigger issue, the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, and you had lots of nuclear weapons. You got to remember, these nuclear agreements that we had with Reagan were way after this. So the de-escalation of nuclear weapons, major de-escalation of nuclear weapons between the United States and the Soviet Union, were only after this time period. Now, I believe that there was some sort of agreement with Nixon and Khrushchev. Was it Khrushchev? No, not Khrushchev. It was Brezhnev, I think is his name, where there was some sort of agreement on certain types of weapons. But I'm not sure if that was before or after the actual evacuation out of Vietnam. I'd have to look that up. But the point here is that we were right on the edge of nuclear Armageddon. Right on the edge. It's easy for us now to look back on it and say, well, that just seems like a bad idea. Not fully understanding what the uncertainty was at the time during the Cold War.
That he had derailed talks years earlier, says Spencer. Says Spencer.
Shudder to imagine how many people would still have been alive had Kissinger not sabotaged the Paris Peace Accords, which ultimately and extremely cynically he would win a Nobel Peace Prize for.
The wars in Vietnam and Cambodia were all part of the U.S. campaign to stop the spread of communism. But when it came to the Soviet Union and Communist China, Kissinger turned to diplomacy. He helped Washington and Moscow negotiate their first arms control treaties. In 1972, in a move that shocked much of the world, The US made its opening to China. President Richard Nixon visited Beijing. Kissinger spoke about that approach years later as well.
Our strategy was to position ourselves in such a way that we were closer to Soviet Union and China than they were to each other. So that in every crisis, we had more options than they did.
But it wasn't just Asia and the Soviet Union. Kissinger left his mark around the globe, backing military governments to stave off this perceived communist threat in Greece, Argentina, and Chile.
There was no policy since to assassinate any foreign official.
That was Kissinger not long after the coup in Chile. But secret White House reporting.
When he stated that while he was in office, all right, do you think that he was going to basically telegraph to the American public that they just did a CIA operation? Of course not. So was he lying? Yes. But the thing is that you're in a situation. What was going on in Chile? They were building a cybernetic system to actually have top-down government of the economy. That's the early, they were using computers to try to control manufacturing, production. It was almost like the early stages of just-in-time delivery. On top of the country taking control of private assets. And American companies had many private assets in Chile. So you had this move to confiscate private assets and a building of a cybernetic system in an alignment with the Soviet Union in our backyard in the Western Hemisphere. You click all those boxes, hurting multinational nationals that help with getting presidents elected, right? And help congressmen get elected. Aligning yourself with the Soviet Union, right? And then building a cybernetic system. Of course the CIA was going to overthrow the guy. If you were president and you didn't do that, you would be dereliction of duty. Of course he would do that. Now, you think he was going to telegraph? Well, Nixon and I actually worked with the CIA to overthrow the Chile government. Of course not, he wouldn't say that. Be an idiot.
Later revealed, Kissinger knew the CIA helped General Augusto Pinochet launch the coup. And not only that, the US State Department had tried to warn Pinochet's government against killing his political opponents. Kissinger canceled those warnings.
Sometimes statesmen have to choose among evil.
For Spencer, Chile stands out in memory.
When you're a decision maker and you don't have any good options, and you look at the strategy, sometimes your tactics have to be a little questionable. Because the mistakes, if you do the wrong move, could end up in a nuclear holocaust. That was what he was dealing with. That was the world that he was living in. But these intellectuals, some of them, in many categories are right, but it's too easy to demonize someone if you're not a decision maker. It's too easy to just have an opinion and not look at what were all of the option sets.
It was a place where the Cold War became, perhaps you might say, its truest self. It is difficult to understand the world we live in today without understanding, particularly in a place like Chile, where with Kissinger's crucial support for overthrowing a democratic socialist government in 1973 of Salvador Allende.
See? Democratic socialist. What are we starting to hear today? So Kissinger, through the grand strategy, was worried that you had socialism creeping up, you would have top-down government using cybernetics, a technocracy, all right, and that it was aligning itself with the Soviet Union. And a lot of these countries around in South America were starting to align. And you got to remember Cuba, right? Or Cuba, all right? So this was a real issue here. Now you fast forward to 2025, what we hear with the progressive movement and all of these pseudo-intellectuals that are coming out of these prestigious universities and running these cities, like Boston, now, you know, with Mayor Wu, or Mamdani, that may become the mayor of New York. So what's happening here is that this democratic socialism is starting to pop up because there's no Kissinger anymore. There's no Kissinger anymore. So what he was worried about actually manifested itself when we stopped looking, when we thought the Cold War was over, when the Berlin Wall fell, and we had these pseudo-intellectuals being pumped out of these universities, prestigious universities, and pushing socialism. Now, who are the professors for these kids that are being pushed out? You know, being minted at these prestigious universities pushing socialism. These professors, many of them, are baby boomers. Many of them were right at that time period where they were doing the protesting during the Vietnam era, or young enough to have seen it. And so what has happened is now we have democratic socialism starting to pop up at the local level around the United States. The very thing that Kissinger was worried about. So was it good to overthrow an elected Democrat socialist? That's anti-capitalism. You think Mamdani is good for America? You really think that it's going to be good for New York? So the things that Kissinger was worried about are popping up now because we lost our strategy. Where's the Kissinger? There's no Kissinger. The Kissinger's gone. Where's the Kissinger? If Kissinger was so bad and he's gone, do you think society is getting better in these inner cities now when this democratic socialism is starting to come out? Do you think AOC is a paragon of intellectual virtue? Of course not. She's a barmaid that ended up getting into a powerful position and now a millionaire. How did she do that on a congresswoman's budget?
Through the creation that followed of the Pinochet dictatorship and its use as a laboratory for neoliberalism, we see in a really important and direct way a template for the neoliberal age enforced by American power that we currently live in.
Kissinger left.
The biggest thing for me is reliability, somebody that stands behind their words. When they tell you they're going to do something, you're going to do it.
This game is not for fair weather things. So the ones weathering y'all.
Kissinger left similar marks on regions across the world, from South Asia to the Middle East, where he brokered an end to the 1973 war between Arab countries and Israel. And his power lasted longer than many US presidents. Nixon resigned as a result of the Watergate scandal in 1974. Kissinger stayed as Secretary of State during the administration of President Gerald Ford. After his formal career in the State Department, he moved to a life as an informal advisor around the world. Earlier this year, at the age of 100, he was still crossing continents.
It is a great privilege to be able to visit China.
Kissinger met with China's defense minister.
A man sanctioned by the US who had refused any form of communication with Biden administration officials, including his opposite number in the Pentagon.
And his influence on the US leaders of the present continues. Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, Antony Blinken.
Henry Kissinger has been a friend of mine. I've liked him, I've respected him, but we've been friends for a long time.
Henry's been a very good friend and a very willing counselor over the course of my tenure as Secretary of State. He truly is such a remarkably astute and indefatigable presence in the world.
Secretary Kissinger really set the standard for everyone to follow in this job.
As for the rest of Kissinger's legacy, both Sopal and Spencer say it shouldn't be written by the powerful.
This exercise isn't just about, pulling out all the weeds and leaving the flowers. It's really about letting the flowers and the weeds coexist and being able to say, yes, he did these incredible things, but he also had this other side that shouldn't be forgotten.
Kissinger's legacy is the devastation of so much of the world in the name of husbanding, expanding, protecting, and applying American power, and nothing more. His legacy is
nothing more. Nothing more. What about preventing nuclear war? See, this is the point I'm making with the liberal. They're not being really honest about the selection set. It's easy for a liberal to have, a keyboard and write an article and say Kissinger is a bad guy. All right. But then when you sit and actually think about what was taking place before Nixon in the Cold War, what was going on with the Soviet Union expansionism, what was going on with the parity with nuclear weapons, right? And when Nixon gets into office, it wasn't that long ago from the Cuban Missile Crisis. Cuban Missile Crisis was in 1962. Nixon gets in 1968. Or 69. I think he was sworn in 1969. It was the 1968 election. So that was, DEFCON 2 in 1962 and going to Nixon in 69. All right. And now you got to have, all right, what's the strategy? How do we prevent ICBMs from getting close to the United States? Now you understand why it was so important that the Soviet Union didn't get into the Western Hemisphere? Because we literally almost glue in the dark in 1962. Glowed in the dark. Not glued in the dark. Glowed in the dark.
And to be euphemistic or polite about that is to disrespect the dead and to reinforce the dynamics that allowed someone like Henry Kissinger to live with impunity as a free man his entire life.
And that's The Tape. This episode was produced by Miranda Lynn, Amy Walters, and Nagin Oliai
And it's easy to get sucked into Kissinger bad. Or was it that Kissinger had bad options and he picked the least bad option. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. The Boomer Boost is a supplement that you take every day, and it's going to focus on multiple systems. It'll help with your cardiovascular system. It'll help with brain function, musculature, rev up your metabolism, and your energy levels. It's a great way to lose weight if you want to lose weight. If you want to lose weight, take it as your meal for breakfast or for lunch. Make sure you have calorie restriction for your daily intake, and you'll properly lose weight safely. You'll have energy throughout the whole day. You don't have to worry about energy levels. Now, if you don't want to lose weight and you're at the proper BMI, just take Boomer Boost with your normal calorie intake. You can mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk, but take it every day. Important to take every day. You can stack it with the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley for max benefits. And lastly, get the C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. It helps to slow down the aging process. You can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil. And by taking a teaspoon a day every day, it'll soak up the free radicals, help with the health of the mitochondria, reduce stress in the cell and in your tissues. And what that's going to do is improve the function of the cells and the tissues in your organs. You're going to have a better immune system, a better endocrine system, even better brain function. Your neurons will perform better because they'll have healthier mitochondria, they'll have more ATP, you'll have more energy. The neuroplasticity will improve. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. And again, make sure that you take a teaspoon a day every day. I've been taking C60 since 2016. It's part of a health protocol that I have. And if you stack the supplements that I've mentioned in this video, you are really going to move towards slowing down the aging process and improving your systems, including your endocrine system and your immune system. So please go to my store and get the C60 and the other great supplements that I offer. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.